Yeah, let us know when we're back live. Oh, okay. We're not seeing the screen. My apologies. Welcome back to coverage of Motorsports Mania Network from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. And after a weather delay, we're back here with you, of course. Dean Hopton, I think, has had a little break. He's in Brisbane, Australia on the production side of things. Jacob took a little cat nap. And as we get ready to go back to green, Jacob, we're optimistic that we can continue, hopefully, the Daytona 500. That's a very nice way of saying it. Welcome back, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me, folks. But yeah, I mean, we're very optimistic about it. You know, we've seen a little bit, obviously, got cars back on the track under caution conditions. And looks like the crowd has kind of came back, you know, maybe not in full swing that we saw earlier, but, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, there is some clouds out there. They're looking at some of that. So they're keeping it under caution, but at least we got cars back out on the racetrack.
It is good to hear the roar of race cars and to see race cars back onto the racetrack again. So let's pick up where we left off. We completed 11 laps of the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric was up in front until weather interfered. Ever since then, we have been back to racing action after, let's see how long the weather delay was. I'm checking NASCAR timing and scoring here. And obviously, we were under a red flag for 3 hours and 9 minutes and 58 seconds. So just shy of 3 hours and 10 minutes, Jacob Reeves. We were under the red flag. We've seen 4 different lead changes. We got cars patrolling around the racetrack the last couple of laps under the caution flag. But again, we are working on track drying, the final work being done. You see them working on the bottom of the apron of the racetrack for the back straightaway, working on drying, final touches on the pit lane. And then, of course, once we get the all clear from NASCAR, we should be ready to go back to the green flag, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're, from what we're seeing right there from Iowa Speedway, had one of the track dryers, I guess you could say, big old jet dryer.
Yes.
You know, from Iowa Speedway. So usually, you know, when it's a big track like this, you know, at Daytona, usually they bring in all kinds of others. You know, I'm sure they probably got a track jet dryer. I keep saying track dryer, but the hell, that's the same thing. But anyway, a jet dryer, you know, probably from Talladega, from Atlanta, may get one from Bristol. They pretty much scatter them out. Yeah, Talladega, maybe even Homestead. Yeah, I mean, all of it right there in the area. So usually with these bigger tracks, they usually try to get a bunch of jet dryers out there. And Wesley, one thing about this, I did see a little bit about this right before we went on the air. The track temp, or the air temp, I should say,
yes,
dropped about 20 degrees from what it was when we started. That's just going to make it a lot cooler. It's going to make the air, obviously, a lot cooler. And it's going to make these cars go faster. They're going to have more grip. We should be in for quite a show once we get back green.
Just think about it. When we came on the air, it was in the daytime, around 1:30 this afternoon, and it was 82 degrees and overcast conditions. Now it is 61 degrees after the weather came through, almost a 3-hour long rain delay. And there's Jacob, maybe 30 minutes of daylight left. So if all of you want to have a nighttime finish to the Daytona 500, strap in. You're going to get one here. And hopefully, Jacob, the weather will be in our favor. There's a little, Dean, I don't know if you could pull back up the radar in real time or not, my friend, but I think you've already done it. There's a little glip. There's a little glip of green, Jacob, right there. Once you reset it, it looks like it's kind of dissipating. If it will fall apart, hopefully we'll be able to get this race in and complete it with no more weather issues, we hope.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. Is I actually got crewman up on the pit wall right now. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get ready to make some pit stops right here. And we'll see what happens right here with some of these guys. But the big thing about this, Wesley Outland, is granted we were under a red flag, and those air temps all that basically dropped. Then you had the water and the rain and everything. It washed all the rubber off the racetrack. So I expect to see just about each and every one of them come down pit road right here. They're going to be making some adjustments on these cars for fresh tires and fill them up full of fuel as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Here comes everybody, for the most part, coming down to pit road. Ross Chastain will find his pit stall first. William Byron will follow. Also, Ty Dillon, Denny Hamlin, all coming in. 4 tires and fuel? No, it's not tires. It's air pressure adjustments, Jacob Reeves, for some cars, and putting fuel in these missiles to get them back on racetrack. Nobody changing tires. It's just gas and go.
Yeah, I mean, and you may see some of them elect to go ahead and take those tires. I think we actually saw one maybe go ahead and take tires. I was thinking that they was probably going to want to shoot for that area to go ahead and maybe change those tires because of maybe a little bit about the handling. I mean, granted, this is a super speedway. They don't worry too much about the handling per se, but it's like I said, I mean, when you drop 20 degrees and all the rubber's washed off the racetrack, it will throw a wrench in what's going on. So I guarantee you right now, these drivers are going to be a little bit sketchy when we get back to green right here. I'm sure they'll be talking to the crew chief, letting them know what the car is doing and in the air and everywhere else.
We're working on lap number 16 of 200 laps for the 67th running of the Daytona 500. And everybody's got to have that reset, right? I think I'm more pumped up than Jacob and Dean is right now as they took a little bit of a cat nap. And obviously I'm understanding NASCAR is going to show 1 to go next time by, and we should get ready to go back to the green flag on Daytona Day. Michael McDowell is now being showed as the new leader. Ryan Blaney second, Zane Smith third, Cole Custer, Riley Hurst the top 5. Jimmy Johnson, Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, William Byron, and Ryan Preece as we give you our full field rundown, Jacob, before we go back to green here after almost a 3-hour rain delay at Daytona.
Yeah, and that was actually pretty cool right there to see that right there. I believe that might have been from last year where they were showing, Christopher Bell when he went into the pits. I have never seen anything like that from what we saw right there on the broadcast. They had an iPad right there and basically had it timed for how long he was supposed to sit there as they were just putting fuel in the car. I have never seen anything like that in my entire life. So technology played a big factor, which, I mean, that was last year. But at the same time, technology can play a big factor into who wins the Daytona 500. I mean, a $200, piece of technology can end up making you millions if it'll pay off for you to win here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We gave you the top 10, and it keeps changing real quickly. So let's go now back to 11th. Justin Haley, Brad Keselowski, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Ty Dillon, Bubba Wallace, Cody Ware, Kyle Busch, and John Hunter Nemechek. Right now, the top 20. Some of the jet dryers are exiting off the back straightaway, understanding some more drying work on the front straightaway, looking at pit road, Jacob Reeves, and we should be looking at a green flag.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all ready for that green flag. I'll take you all the way through the top 30 real quick with Chase Elliott in 21st, Corey LaJoie 22nd, Tyler Reddick 23rd, Denny Hamlin 24th, showing 25th, but he's still 24th, and Chris Buescher will end up being 25th as of right now. Austin Dillon will be 26th, Aaron Jones 27th, Noah Gragson 28th, Ty Gibbs 29th, and Kyle Larson makes up the top 30.
31st is Kyle Larson, followed by Carson Hocevar, 32nd. Justin Allgaier, 33rd. Shane Van Gisbergen is 34th. Josh Berry, 35th. Christopher Bell is 36th. Todd Gilliland, 37th. Martin Truex Jr., 38th. Alex Bowman, 39th. Followed by Brad Keselowski and, well, it's all changing. Timing and scoring has gone cattywampus on these, so looks like more cars are coming in. Possibly more drivers might be taking fuel. Understanding some raindrops are on the pace car. They're going to make another lap or so under caution in that Chevrolet SS Blazer pace vehicle. And we'll get ready to try to go back for a restart here. 18 of 200 laps. Yeah, Carson Hocevar actually spent his rain delay, Jacob Reeves. The 2024 NASCAR Cup Series Rookie of the Year. on his iRacing rig inside the pits.
Well, that actually hurts my feelings right there. I wished I would have known about that. I would have fired up my racing rig, jumped on there, and raced against Stone Carson. That sucks, because that would have been something I would have probably done other than take a cat nap, as you were talking about. But I mean, you talked about that. Carson Osavar. He's done a lot of cool things. On iRacing. So has Willie B, William Byron. A lot of these guys. Alex Bowman's done a little bit. Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, real big on that as well. So, iRacing does a lot of great things. But it's kind of cool, to see that they are still racers at heart. When they get out of the real car, they got to keep their mind focused and everything. So they get on the sim, and it's about as real as you can get.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Understanding they are watching weather. Jacob, they are saying that that sail from the south is moving away from the racetrack. There's a little bit of back end from it that we're getting, a little bit of sprinkles, but the cars will remain on the racetrack. The track is about 98% dry is what they're saying on racing scanners, and we should get ready, hopefully, to restart this race. They've made about 9 laps under the caution flag, and obviously ready to go tonight at Daytona. If you wanted a night race, you got a night race, and I promise you, Dean, the lights on the real Daytona are a lot brighter to see the cars than the iRacing Daytona, so you'll be able to keep up with everything, Jacob, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. Yeah, Dean was a little bit upset about that when we were doing some of the night deals where he couldn't see what was going on. But yeah, I mean, there you see the weather. There you see what we kind of got going on. Is you also see a lot of the NASCAR Cup Series drivers right there on the left side, right there. Yes. Most of which are in this race. Obviously, Dean Hopton, great job on the graphics, the production, all that good stuff, and I'm telling you, I mean, it just seems like, you got that weather, all of it is just shooting around us. Oh, boy, that weather right there is just, it's kind of sketchy, but it does kind of clear up once it gets past the 6:30 area.
Yes, and that's the most optimistic thing, Jacob, I think, that we're looking at right now. If you look at the radar, for those that are watching the real-time scoring of the commentary on Motorsports Mania on our YouTube channel, hit that like and subscribe, by the way, if you haven't done so. But what I will say is this, as Dean is zooming in, actually, you can see where the timestamp is a little bit of green is popping up, right? I mean, we're at the tail end of it right now. And if that clears, it looks like we're going to be clear for the remainder of the race, Jacob. I think we could get the Daytona 500 in its completion.
Very good possibility. I mean, as we are seeing, from what we saw, on the camera, a little bit of water right there. I mean, this is kind of tricky right here with all this right here, just how it is and everything. And, folks, I'm pretty sure they're not going to just let them go 100 laps right here under caution and basically just let them ride around. They're not going to do that. But we'll see. I would like for them to go ahead and get it going. And you were talking about 80, 90% dry, 90% or 85, 90% dry on the backstretch.
Oh, yeah.
These guys will take that. They'll take 85, 90% on the back chute. If it was 85, 90% on or in these 31 degrees of corners in the banking, they'd be like, no. Because you end up hitting a slick spot over there in one of the corners. You can easily end up spinning out. You can see something like we saw back in 2022 for the fall race here. So, they want to try to make, get all their I's dotted and all their T's crossed right here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Obviously, we now see Ryan Blaney being showed as the leader. Ryan Blaney as the leader. And, oh, man.
Uh-oh.
And here comes the weather again. The weather has hit again, and we are now having more rain. We're understanding that the edge of the sail that we just showed you is now hitting the racetrack, and they have parked the cars on pit road again. Man.
Boy, I tell you what, I mean, if that ain't a straight up buzzkill right there, that's exactly what that is. That is a buzzkill and a half right there with, everybody get back to your cars, get everybody back from the
That's
grandstand.
somebody that knows about the Beer Buddy segments.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that was straight up to the buzz right there. Everybody fired up, getting ready to go. Everybody out there spent money at the concession stands. Daytona making a lot of money at that right now with these rain delays. And then they come out, bam, there they go. Get everybody out there on the track, getting ready to rock and roll, and then bam, just the end of a sail just kind of sneaks through and it kind of busts them. But they hadn't told them to get out of the cars yet, Wesley. So hopefully it's just something that's just going to pass through real quick.
Yes.
And just get the cars back out there. Maybe they can get that vortex or get some heat off the cars and be able to dry it. And then they should be able to take off. That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Definitely we're under the red flag again, or the caution. Let me emphasize on that. We're still under caution after a 3-hour, 10-minute red flag. And I just jinxed it, Jacob Reeves, as we now get back under the red flag on lap number 20, 50 miles in to the Daytona 500. So not only a 3-hour and 10-minute rain delay with a red flag, it is now turned into a second red flag here at the Daytona 500. Obviously, rain again has forced us under another red flag, and we're 50 miles into this race, 20 laps completed, and I will tell you this. They're letting the teams put tarps over the cars. They're putting tarps over the race cars. The drivers, Jacob, are staying in the race cars, but they are covering up the race cars again. Man.
Well, I'll say this, if I was any of those drivers, before you're going to throw the tarp over the car, I'd at least like, to get a cell phone or something, because you sit in there all by yourself and pitch black, and you just kind of just sit there looking around. I mean, granted, you got your headset on, you have your helmet on, you can at least talk to people about what's going on, but, I'd still want a little bit of, something to do while you're sitting in there in the car, so I'm sure somebody's thinking the same way I'm thinking. Somebody's already asked for a cell phone to go ahead and just slide that bad boy in there while I'm sitting up under a tarp in my race car. As you see right there. See, that is pitch black, Wesley. I couldn't do that right there.
By the way, Jacob Reeves, it is illegal. I don't know if you knew this or now, but after what happened with Brad Keselowski and his famous tweet heard around the world with the jet dryer at the 500 on a Monday night in 2012, NASCAR has made it illegal. You are banned from having any cellular device inside your race cars. So no, my friend, they can't be tweeting or doing snappy chat or TikTok or anything else. They have got to wait out the weather. Hopefully these guys are just getting tarps on the cars. The drivers are in the cars, and then hopefully they'll be able to get back rolling here very soon. But this just sucks. This sucks.
Yeah, well, as dark as that is right there, though, as dark as that was right there, Wesley, there ain't no way. I'd have to either get out or they'd have to give me my phone, because odds are I'd go to sleep. That was straight up dark in that bad boy right there. And a lot of their tarps is not like white. A lot of them's black. Well, what happens when you get black on top of that right there? I mean, obviously, Bowman's is purple, and obviously, I think that's Ty Dillon right there in the 10. Yes, so his is blue, but most of them are black tarps. Well, it's going to be dark. So, I mean, I would still, I'd get out of the car. I'd get out of the car. I couldn't handle it.
Now the red flag is out over the racetrack for our second broadcast attempt on Motorsports Mania of the Daytona 500. Along with Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland, Bigglestein Hopton alongside as well on production. We're under our second red flag of the race, and now it's about 3 hours and 14 minutes under the red flag, counting 4 minutes this clock starting, plus the 3 hours and 10 minutes of the first red flag. We have completed 20 laps. That is a positive. So there has been 20 laps completed, 50 miles in, 180 laps to go, Jacob Reeves. And right now we're on lap number 20 of 65 for stage one. So there's 45 laps to go. And again, we've been under green for 10 laps, under yellow for 10 laps. But right now, Ryan Blaney is being showed as the leader here of the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I mean, you're correct on that. The way I look at it, I mean, we saw everybody before we got under this whole red flag, whatever you want to call it. And
Yes, yeah.
so, but, when we got off green, I mean, everybody was basically, they started kind of slow at it. They started kind of slow, just kept it too wide right there for about 5 laps. And then after that 5 laps, it was like somebody shot up on the top side. I believe it was Joey Logano, obviously very, very aggressive super speedway racer, jumped up to the top side. Cindric jumped up there with them, and then from there on, it was 3 wide, rocking and rolling. And, Wesley, I've seen them numerous times, and I've heard a lot of them, say, well, they're going 3 wide, they're saving fuel is all they're doing. I think you need to go talk to Chase Briscoe about that, because he was thinking a little different, because he blocked the advances numerous times. So,
yeah.
That was where, I was sitting there saying, oh, this is going to get good right here with these guys trying to hold each other off of this. And then, obviously, bam, rain hits and pretty much just screwed everything up, I guess.
Yeah, weather is not being very kind to the Daytona International Speedway, and it seems like for the last couple of years, or in fact for a decade for that matter, Jacob Reeves, the Daytona 500 in some stretch of the imagination has been affected because of Mother Nature, whether it be a late Sunday finish, Sunday night finish, or even pushed to a Monday or Monday afternoon. And, of course, the Monday night race in 2012. We'll never forget that when Matt Kenseth won the event. But who remembers when Juan Pablo Montoya crashed into the jet dryer on a Monday night NASCAR? And it was probably one of the biggest things ever in the history of the sport of the 77 years of NASCAR, kicking off its official season here for the points tonight at Daytona. Oh, yeah. Juan Pablo Montoya crashed into a jet dryer with about 100 miles left in the 500. Go look that up. We could probably show that, Dean, because that's old NASCAR footage.
Yeah.
It's not live in real time, but if you look it up and try to find it, what was it? February of 2012. The Monday night NASCAR Daytona 500, Juan Pablo Montoya crashed into a jet dryer under caution in that number 42 target machine for Chip Ganassi Racing. And believe it or not, it burnt the racetrack. The track, let me say this. We didn't lose the racetrack, Jacob, if you remember. They saved the racetrack because of tide. They got tied from the airport. They got tied from the local grocery stores. Ingles, that comes to mind. And they literally used tide to save the racetrack and keep it from cracking, crackling, breaking apart, falling apart. And they were able to get the Daytona 500 in its completion, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I do remember that, obviously. But the thing about it was that it ran late. And, you were talking about, very late. I mean, I think it went all the way into the early Tuesday morning hour. But, you were talking about, a lot of these races, bringing up a lot of them that finished at night. And, I think back to a couple of hours ago when I was sitting there watching, the Fox broadcast right there. They was bringing up a bunch of drivers, and one of them they brought up was Chase Elliott. Now, I ain't got beef with Chase off of this, but I will voice my opinion on this part. He said that he thought that it would be better to go ahead and just, run them at night anyway. He figures, nighttime's always the best time, to run these races and everything else. Well, Dean, you might want to key up your soundbite on this one, but, I got beef with that. I mean, I really do, because here's the fact of the matter on that. I'm not against it, as we're actually seeing Kyle Larson actually coming from a Porta-John right there. But anyway, but this is what I'm getting at. You got it all the way on Sunday night, all the way at, this is already dragged on, and it may all the way to like 10, 11 o'clock at night. Well, the normal American worker has to get up on Monday morning at 6 o'clock and be at work at 7. So it's kind of hard for them to be able to see the finish of the races and everything else. So, I disagree with the statement that he said is that tarps are actually coming off the race cars, but I disagree with that statement because, I'm for the working class. I always have been, Wesley, and always will be. So I kind of disagree with it. If you're going to run it at night, run it on Saturday. Don't run it on Sunday.
Well, I mean, running on Monday night. You're saying, or running
No.
on? I mean, I want to keep it on Sunday. I want to keep it on the traditional day for sure. Definitely. Yeah.
Well, then back it up to 12 o'clock. that may help a little bit, but you know, I mean,
No, Jacob, there was a time back in the day. I remember as a kid that the Daytona 500 started at 12 noon, and if it was successfully done, it was done by 3:30, 4 o'clock. And
yeah,
a lot of people don't realize this, but it is all about the TV markets and the manufacturers. Well, not manufacturers. Let me. It is all about the TV markets and the timing of what time the races are broadcasted. And I'll be honest with you. If you think about it, if the race starts at 12 noon, it's 9 in the morning in the Pacific. The Pacific West Coast time is 9 a.m.
That is true, Wesley, but you know, I will counteract on this, you know, just because we're filling time here. I'll counteract a little bit.
Let's go back in time, 2012. Here it is this week. There it is. Look at this.
He was able to pull it up. There you see. Good Lord have mercy, that car was absolutely.
Do you remember that night? Wow, 2012, Monday Night NASCAR prime time, got 400 miles into the race. And now look at the. No, that's not water.
That's fuel.
That's diesel fuel. That's actually fuel.
That's jet fuel.
That's jet fuel coming off of one of the turbine jet cars. And there's the only camera angle besides a far static shot that they called of that.
That is hard impact. You know, and I remember seeing that. Which here's another angle of it.
Oh, look at that!
The flames right there that pop up, and you know, just how hard it was, and just how bad the car was tore up. There's the flames kicking up, and then that's where you see that patch. Even with iRacing, Dean, that's where you see that patch right there going into turn 3. Even on iRacing, there's the patch right there that you see where they had to repave it and everything else. So yeah, I mean, that was a very scary night. I thought when he hit it, I thought he was I thought he was seriously hurt. Because of just how violent the whole deal was. I thought he was hurt. I thought somebody that was in the track driving truck, I thought they was hurt as well. But from what we understood, I think it was just a freak accident where the something broke in the car and it just snapped it sideways when he was trying to catch back up.
If you remember, watch all that jet fuel that is working its way down the racetrack, down the apron of the 31 degrees. Well, they had to get the fire trucks in place, Dean. If you look, they're getting everybody into position. But but look, now they're putting the fire trucks on it. But here's the deal: the fire would not go out. If you remember, they tried to put it out, but then there was another tank. And yes, and that's what they realized. And then the biggest concern, Jacob, if you remember, look at that jet fuel. That is jet fuel, like off of a fighter jet, off of a fighter jet that flies through the sky, if you will. And they listen. This is what they ended up having to do, Jacob and Dean. We talked about it. Tide. They literally had to run across the airport to grab Tide, to grab it at the grocery stores, to save the racing surface from being destroyed back in 2012.
Yeah, they had to do what they had to do, which was kind of ironic. What you would find at your local dollar store or Walmart or whatever. Just go get a bunch of Tide and be able to try to do that. But the bad part about it is just seeing it right here. They're having to basically extinguish it as much, but the fire was lit so much that it was hitting that fuel and it's just igniting it and it's just coming all the way down. So they got to get it. I can't believe we're doing play-by-play out of this, Wesley. But they're going as far as they can on the bottom and having to work their way all the way up to where the jet dryer is. That way they can get to it because they keep on. You see it right there. It's shooting back down the racetrack, and then they're having to try to catch it before it gets to the grass. And then if it catches the grass on fire, then you got a whole nother laundry list of problems.
And if you notice,
no pun intended.
Yeah. No, this is not a. This is well, we're under a weather delay, but this is a flashback, if you will, a Motorsports Mania flashback of 2012 and the Daytona 500, and you can see literally the jet fuel continuing to profusely come out of the turbine engines of the jet dryer. And remember, Jacob, if you remember, I know we're going back about 12, 13, 14 years ago, but if you remember, Juan Pablo Montoya told his crew on the radio right after he exited pit road, because this happened under caution. He said, guys, I feel like my car is broke. There's something not right with my race car. And then when he took off down the back straightaway, they said that he picked up speed. When he did, the car snapped hard right, and he crashed into the jet dryer. It was just a freak accident for that jet dryer to be where it was at the time, but it was something that will never be forgotten in NASCAR history, much less the Daytona 500.
Yeah, absolutely. And
oh yeah,
there you go, Dean. Yep, exactly. And I will say this right here, Wesley. I mean, granted, and I'm not trying to take a shot at Juan Pablo Montoya, but I mean, he didn't win nothing, at Daytona. But I will say this: he gave us something right here that we talk about to this day, as of right now. I mean, over 13 years ago. I mean, he didn't do it on purpose by no means. But if you think this right here, this happening because of this right here. This is why everybody was stopped on the backstretch, and this is why now that you say that they have to outlaw the cell phones in the race cars, because this is when Brad Keselowski sent out the famous tweet from the race car on what was Twitter, now X. Yeah. This is when that actually happened right here because of this.
Yeah, Jacob, if you remember, NASCAR was not even using the Twitter social platform. Mm-hmm. And remember, Twitter had came out, I mean, I guess it came out, 2010? I guess it was 2009, 2010, something like that. But it didn't get the social status of social media until this night. And when Brad Keselowski took this picture. Here's another look at it again. And remember, we talked about Juan Pablo Montoya, his car, talking about it being issued. And look at it, just broke loose. Went between two safety trucks. What do you think the guy up behind that jet dryer truck just thought when he saw this, right? He's the only guy that's an eyewitness of it. Now, here's that crazy camera angle that I told you about from far away that they showed. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Man. Wow.
That is hard right there. That other guy in that jet dryer truck's got to be like, he was like, oh God, like he probably locked it down. You saw him, he stopped as hard as he could.
Yes.
Right when it happened. I'm sure it scared the lights out of him. If he was getting pretty close to retirement, I'm pretty sure he retired right after this right here. He basically said, I'll take the penalties. I'll go ahead and retire now, because that right there probably scared literally the life out of him. So thank you, Dean, for taking us back in time right there. Off of that right there. Thank you very much for that.
Motorsports Mania coverage from the Daytona 500 of 2025 as we flash back to 2012, 13 years ago. But there it is. There's the radar, and that's what we're watching. And, well, once this gets the hell out of the way, Jacob Reeves, hopefully we'll be able to go back to racing here. So, yeah. Hey, while we're under red flag, here is some of the worst crashes of NASCAR history. Yeah, well, there's, of course, there's Hut Strickland in the number 8 car.
Yep. Looked like it was Dover right there.
Did we get busted? Uh-oh. Wow.
Are we still live?
Suspended for policy violations. Oh, man.
Wow. There's beef.
So how long are we blocked? Is it just the string? Is it just this one? Did you start it back up or? Wow.
That sucked.
thought I was gonna be able to do that one day. To have the opportunity to compete in the highest level was very special to me. So to be able to win that, it would be amazing.
So who's paying the check?
Mikey.
Wow.
That's 3-1.
No, 3-1.
All right, bring me the bill.
Okay.
That's rare that
Oh, that sucks.
check, but they were, they weren't at the International House of Pancakes, but they
Oh, wow.
think about it, all four drivers got to drive from Brazil.
If this is the reason. Now, my question is this: we get fucking flagged. How the fuck do these other people don't get in trouble?
Right now is clearing from rain.
We'll find out.
No, it says we're live, but there's nothing going through it. It says stream unavailable. Stream suspended for policy violations.
They still have speed, maybe not as much as they did when the Gen 7.
If we're still live, if we are, for sure.
We're
We'll
live.
check and see.
To their lineup, we have 5 road course
Are we live?
in the Cup
Yes.
Series this year. He is
I don't hear any mics. I don't. We're not going through the broadcast.
incredible.
Well, it was interesting.
Oh, there we are. Okay. Well, we're back, and guys, I guess we got in a little bit of trouble with good old YouTube. So we're not going to show any other video, I guess. I don't know, but I mean, I don't understand what we done wrong, but they did put us on a little bit of a temporary penalty, Jacob Reeves.
4 or 5 years or 5th year.
Yeah, it's one of them robots. But anyhow, we were showing the history of the crashes of the past, and then obviously the jet dryer incident in 2012, and I got a feeling that's what got us flagged. But we're back, and we're good, Jacob.
Yeah, we're back, and we got cars on the track. They're coming back
Yes.
out here. So,
Hey, we're gonna take so we're gonna take a break. When we come back, race cars on the racetrack, and hopefully after a second red light. Hey, that's a good sign, Jacob Reeves. Beautiful sunset, beautiful clearing behind the grandstands at Daytona. Oh boy, hopefully we could get Sunday Night NASCAR back underway as jet dryers and AMR safety crews are drying the front straightaway. Cars are back on the racetrack. We're taking a break. Hopefully we go back to green next from Daytona.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
Back here at Daytona International Speedway, cars are on the racetrack. The jet dryers are just taking care of the front straightaway. The Toyota jet drying safety team, jet dryers and push trucks and the Air Titans are just blowing off. Most importantly, pit lane, where the cars were just sitting a moment ago, Jacob Reeves. The racetrack really doesn't look that bad at all. We should be ready to go back to racing. I'm tired of being under caution.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tired of seeing yellow, seeing red. We want to see green, and then obviously green and white for the stages, and then obviously get a white, and then go ahead and get it to the checkered flag. I'm sure each and every one of the fans is really waiting for that. Everybody wants it to happen, as we're seeing right here, your list of previous winners, not just for the Daytona 500, but also for the Coke Zero Sugar 400 that runs in the fall. And, some big names right there, Wesley Outland. A lot of those guys is big names, but some of them were, I guess you could say, one-time flukes, I guess. But that's what I want to put it that way. But Daytona and super speedways in general tends to have those.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And obviously, there it is. Michael McDowell. He's won the 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. We think of Austin Cindric in 2022. Here's through the years, the winners of the Daytona 500 and the race in the Labor Day or the fall, if you will, the Coke Zero 400. Daytona winners include Michael McDowell, Austin Cindric, obviously Ricky Stenhouse Jr., William Byron, and by the way, Austin Dillon has won in the fall, but he also has won the Daytona 500 in 2018 as well. Just some of the past winners of the Great American Race, Jacob, as we are optimistic, my friend, that we get settled in for a restart here. Another red flag has been rescinded, and we're back under the caution flag after a red flag total of now 3.5 hours, 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 28 seconds now. But cars are back on the racetrack. There you see real-time NASCAR timing and scoring, and we're optimistic, Jacob, that we can go back to green here in the Great American Race.
Yeah, I really hope so. I mean, I really hope we're going to get back to green right here. And a lot of guys right there, Ryan Blaney going down pit road, Jimmy Johnson going down pit road, all of them going down, just topping off to make sure that they can try to make it to the end of the stage, which I believe you said is at lap 60, I believe it is. So
lap 65.
65, so they're going to be real close right here to being able to make it right here, give or take about 40 to 44 laps from what we saw in the duels for a fuel window. So we'll see if they can make it right here, but all these guys trying to top down, just try to make it to the end of the stage.
Joey Logano right now being showed as a new leader, the obviously defending NASCAR Cup Series champion, 3-time Cup Series champion in that Penske Racing number Ford machine. Ryan Blaney, his teammate, right alongside. Ironically, 2023 and 2024 Cup Series champion. Defending Daytona 500 winner, William Byron is now third. Zane Smith, the young driver, making his debut at the 500, of course, from Huntington Beach, California. The Speedy Cash Ford now in the top 5, along with the 2022 Daytona 500 winner, Austin Cindric, the top 5. Ross Chastain now climbing in, as well as the rest of these other drivers, as we're ready to go back for a green flag. I think we've been cooped up long enough, Jacob. What do you think, buddy? It's about ready to get back going again.
Yeah, I'm about ready. I'm sure there's a lot of fans out there that hopefully they still got a little bit more cold ones in their coolers, not have to worry about going back to the concession stands. As we already see, the track temp has dropped, the air temp has dropped, but the lights are on, and we're fixing to get heated up here at Daytona.
Ready for prime time Sunday night NASCAR. Ready for the field. You hear the crowd roaring as the green flag flies after almost 3.5 hours. We're back to racing in the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Byron, Logano, side by side, up 4 stories of bacon as they'll send it in turn number 1, back to green, and now racing under the lights.
Here comes Logano. Here comes Cindric. Cindric trying to come down side draft, try to pull Byron back. Logano, he'll get away with the lead. Cindric trying to see if he can follow suit. Got a little bit of a push right behind him with Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace outside lane making some big time advances. But here comes Byron with the help of Ty Dillon on the inside. They're going to shoot up past Briscoe. Try to get to Cindric. They're going to try to get to Logano.
What it turned out to be a rainy, stormy afternoon now sets ourselves up with a beautiful Florida sunset as the field glazes through the beautiful Musco lights down the front straightaway. It's Logano now the new leader. Cindric and Byron, Briscoe, Dillon, Chastain, Busch, they're door to door going back to turn 1.
And I believe that is Denny Hamlin trying to slide up out of line. Yes, it is. Larson going to hook up with him right behind them, trying to get the shove. Truex is up there in that top side. Castro Neves up there in that top side as well with Todd Gilliland. Third lane trying to see if they can advance. Logano, Cindric still up there, up at the front. Byron following with them. But Hamlin making some moves, trying to get up to the front as I believe SVG jumps up in front of Hamlin off 4.
Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen tried to get up and get something going to that third line. He'll now battle up top. Go 3 wide again, jumping out of line. Chase Elliott as well. He'll throw the block on Van Gisbergen. Meanwhile, Logano leads Byron Cindric up the bank yet again, and we're 3 wide quickly in turn 1. These guys aren't wasting no time as Logano pulls away from the pack. Cindric is free falling in turn 2.
And boy, Logano just straight up lost his help as here comes Briscoe. Now Chastain, Elliott, they're going to roll on the top side. Cindric kicked in the middle. Here comes, I believe, yes, the Watermelon Man to the inside, hits the middle, tries to kick Briscoe to the top. That being Ross Chastain, he'll get the shove from Austin Cindric. Logano, Byron, Dillon, Briscoe, Chastain, all 4.
Top 3 cars, single file, stay to the double yellow line on the inside lane. Busch now powers through to the inside as well. He'll try to get by Chastain and Briscoe. They're 3 wide, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows, back to 1.
Top 3 are single file, that being Logano, Byron, and Dillon. And then from there on, it is a straight-up bar fight for the 4th spot. Briscoe up there on the top side. You got Kyle Busch down on the bottom side. Chastain stuck straight in the middle. Everybody holding formation. Got to be very careful. Let's not get crazy and end up causing a big one right here early on here in the Daytona 500. Logano still leads. Byron second. Dillon third. Bar fight coming off 4 for 4th.
Logano in the lead as they thunder through the tri-oval down to the inside. It's Logano up in front. Byron second, Dillon third, and we are still 3 by 3. These guys haven't raced in almost 4 hours, Jacob. It looks like they're going at it for the last lap.
Yeah, they're getting straight up antsy as Briscoe's going to be able to clear Chastain. Elliott's going to be able to clear Chastain. Shane Van Gisbergen to the Chastain's outside as now Kyle Busch has jumped up here. Rowdy Busch, 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration, wants to get him a Daytona 500 win. Elliott and Briscoe trying to do it all by themselves. Elliott up on the top side, shove Briscoe, clear the middle lane. Now Briscoe's going to lead the middle lane off 4.
Logano in the lead. Byron now, look at these cars starting to break away from 2 and 3 wide. That's now helped with also Briscoe and LaJoie. Elliott now falling back to 8th. Cindric and Chastain falling back. Busher now into the top 10. Bubba Wallace is in the middle alongside Chastain. That goes on with the help of also Reddick on the outside lanes too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of help up on the top side, a lot right there in the middle, but most help down on the bottom lane, led by Joey Logano. Byron right behind him, Ty Dillon there as well, Kyle Busch, and also Corey LaJoie, one of the guys that had to race his way in to the Daytona 500, got himself up here in the top 5. Logano leads off 4.
Laps quickly going by now as we're working now lap number 29 of the Daytona 500. It is Logano in the lead. Now lap number 30 goes on the board. Logano, Byron, Dillon, Busch, and Briscoe, the new top 5. Top 5 are now single file. Kyle Busch now back to the inside. He'll set his sights on LaJoie. And now Ty Dillon on his bottom elbow as they work too.
Outside lane is straight up dead. If anybody's in the outside lane, they're going backwards. Now, here comes Chastain. He's trying to get SVG to give him the shove, but to no avail, no help back there. Logano still holds on to the lead. Kyle Busch is going to jump from the bottom to go to the middle. He's going to have Briscoe with him. Kyle Busch leading in the middle lane.
Kyle Busch outside. There you see him in that move right now, working his way down to the line. We watch all this happen as they come back to the stripe again. Another lap on the board. Logano and Byron right there in tow. Busch now looking on the outside. He's got to run. He's behind Logano. And Chase Elliott's going to take Cindric and also Wallace up top as they work in turn 2. Almost 3 wide. We go again.
Kyle Busch jumps up in front of Elliott. Logano's going to jump all the way to the top. Here comes Busch. Tries to go to the middle. Logano tries to put the block. Here comes Elliott on the outside. Logano put a block on Kyle Busch. Busch saw a hole, tried to make it stick. Now Chase Elliott goes to the top side. Byron Dillon, they're going to try to check out as it is a straight-up bar fight again.
William Byron in the lead. Ty Dillon right there. Here comes now help with LaJoie sticking his nose in the battle. Corey LaJoie looking good at the super speedways, and right now he powers alongside, looking for second and third on Ty Dillon. As we look at a replay where Kyle Busch almost got into Joey Logano. Jacob, that could have been disastrous as they work the back straightaway again.
Yeah, they're very, very aggressive with some of the moves that they're making, and Logano is a straight-up bulldozer, wearing out Corey LaJoie in the 0-1 to the point. Logano shoved LaJoie out there, got him up to the front. Byron trying to fight hard on the inside.
LaJoie in the lead. The Take 5 oil change forward of Corey LaJoie from Concord, North Carolina. And Rick Ware Racing leads the Daytona 500. 33 of 200 laps. 167 to go. As right now, LaJoie is the new leader. Logano second. Byron third. They're single file, top three.
Top three single file as LaJoie still leads with Logano right behind him. Byron trying to hold on to the third spot, and from there on, you got Ty Dillon right here in the middle of this battle. Also Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott up there as well. Numerous drivers, everybody three wide except for the front three cars off four.
Back to the line. Right now working lap number 34 on the board when they come to the stripe. It is Corey LaJoie now having the opportunity to lead here in the 500. Joey Logano second. William Byron third. Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott the top five. That's three Chevrolets and two Fords in the top five. Then it's the pole man, Chase Briscoe, right back behind them. Three wide behind him is now Cindric, Reddick, Allmendinger, Wallace, all trying to decide whether to go high or low. They're in a stalemate now in three.
And I'm telling you, Kyle Busch still trying to get this middle lane going with Briscoe lined up right behind him. Inside lane falls back just a little bit as Elliott up on that top side still trying to muster it up with Cindric trying to give him the shove off turn four as Kyle Busch still trying to get the middle going. LaJoie still leads.
We see Corey LaJoie still holding onto the top spot. We now watch up top side now, up against the safer barrier. That's Chase Elliott, the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series champion. He's never won the Daytona 500. His Chevrolet looks really good. He's the only man brave enough to go to the outside and power for the lead as they go to the back straightaway. Now Logano jumps out of line. He'll go after LaJoie to three.
Oh, boy, and LaJoie puts on a big-time block, and it may end up killing the outside as here comes Kyle Busch in the middle. Byron down on the bottom side. LaJoie all by himself up at the front there. Three wide all the way through the field, off four.
Here they come, but now Corey LaJoie leading this battle. Logano pulls up in front of Elliott. Now Busch behind the leader, LaJoie. Not anymore. Logano goes to the outside. He'll power to the lead as they work in turn number one and drive right back to the bottom of the racetrack.
A power move by the last season's champion, 2024 Cup Series champion, Joey Logano, making a move, going from the top, jumping down to the bottom side, right in front of Corey LaJoie, and still three wide all the way through the field. Kyle Busch still stuck in the middle lane. Elliott still stuck up on the top side. Briscoe to follow with Busch, but Logano put on a serious power move in his number 22 Pennzoil Ford off four.
Three wide all the way up front is right now the top two cars, single file. That's Logano and LaJoie. Kyle Busch now jumps in line. He'll now push that single file train back into turn number one. Briscoe, Dillon, and Elliott, they're licking their chops, ready to pounce on those guys as they work back up the bank again.
Now Kyle Busch still leading in the middle lane. Elliott, Cindric, Wallace, Thedhouse, Chastain, the top five up on the top side, rather, is now Busch trying to get the shove from Briscoe. He's got Reddick right behind him. Middle lane still trying to get an advance. Briscoe jumps up, tries to put the block to no avail. Actually, that's LaJoie still sitting in second. Corey LaJoie, best finish, fourth. 3 times. Can he get the Daytona 500 win? It's still a long way to go.
Yeah, that's the big question right now. It's now we go back single file. Look at Kyle Busch now. He gets powered by Byron on his driver left elbow. He'll now fall back to 4th or 5th. Meanwhile, Logano leads the battle with LaJoy back in 2nd, who led a couple of laps. Kyle Busch now alongside Chase Elliott as they work the bacon at 1.
Elliott still up top side. Cindric still following right behind him. Ryan Blaney stuck in a straight-up hornet's nest right in behind Brad Keselowski, which, matter of fact, Brad Keselowski, a driver that has never won the Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski could pull it off here tonight. Here comes Austin Cindric. Big shove to Chase Elliott. She's going to shove him right up to the door of Corey LaJoy. Elliott rim riding around the top side. He's trying to make a run on LaJoy right here off 2.
Big shot by LaJoy now as he puts a fight on the bottom of the racetrack. He's right behind the rear end of the 22 Penske entry of Logano. Logano now gets a shove from LaJoy. He got loose, pulls to the middle lane. Kyle Busch now the monkey in the middle as Elliott drives up top side again in 2.
Elliott tried to get the shove, and if Cindric can give him one more good shove like he did going into turn 3, odds are he may end up being able to clear Logano, maybe not. Logano jumps up, puts the block on Elliott. Elliott's going to line right up in behind Logano. Elliott, Logano, they are clear. LaJoy, Cindric, Byron, and Busch, all of them in a Madhouse fight for that 3rd spot, but Elliott gets clear for that 2nd spot as he's going to ride in right behind Logano off turn 4.
Weather interfered the Great American Race 67th edition all afternoon long. Now, as we approach 6:30 Eastern time in Florida, it is race time. 40 laps in, 100 miles completed, 400 miles to go. It's still a long way to go here in Daytona. They're back in 1 with Logano now under attack by Chase Elliott going to the lead.
NASCAR's most popular driver is going to be leading here in the Daytona 500, courtesy of the man trying to get it in his 20th try, that being Kyle Busch. Elliott went from the middle, jumped back up top. He wants to lead here at the Daytona 500. He's got Logano right behind him, Cindric up top as well. Kyle Busch still leading the middle lane, LaJoy on the bottom, but it's Elliott off turn 4.
Weather delay plagued a lot of things, but we are back at it again, and we race on. It's Chase Elliott now, the new leader. Kyle Busch now locked to the double yellow line on the inside lane. Here comes now a big push. This is also now Briscoe, the pole man, battles along Byron and Wallace. That's 3 wide, leading the pack into 1.
Elliott still got the lead up on the top side. Is back here, Allmendinger straight up, absolutely in a big-time fight back here with Austin Dillon. And also back here with Tyler Reddick as Kyle Busch fires on the inside lane. Logano lined right up behind Chase Elliott. Kyle Busch had the lead for just a split second with the help from Corey LaJoy, but now he's going to fight hard on the inside again. Elliott, Busch battling for the lead off turn 4.
Down to the inside now is going to be Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch now powers his car to the bottom of the apron. He now leads the way. Here's Logano and Elliott. They've hooked up between Hendrick and Penske, meaning the RCR machine hung out to dry. Busch will fall back to 3rd. He's now battling back for 2nd as they work back into the corner.
Here comes Logano, jumps down to the bottom, looking 3 wide for the lead. Kyle Busch down on the bottom side. Logano tried to side draft Kyle Busch real hard, almost door banging, coming off of turn number 2 with Elliott slipping back in the 2nd spot on the outside lane. Kyle Busch tried to get the help from Byron, but Logano once again very, very strong, and the number 22 Pennzoil Ford for Penske Racing gets the lead again. Now Kyle Busch clear for 2nd as well as Byron in 3rd.
Joey Logano now down to the inside, couple of cars below the bottom of the racetrack as they get ready to come back to the tri-oval. It is Logano the leader. A.J. Allmendinger understanding way off the pace. He's down to the bottom of the racetrack. This will still stay under the green flag. It's Logano the leader. Now smoke bellowing from the back end of the number 16 Chevrolet of A.J. Allmendinger. The Celsius lip-foot entry with a problem. He might draw a caution flag. He might not, as right now they race on with Logano leading in 3.
Logano still holding on to the lead, and right behind him you got Byron and Briscoe. There for a moment, Kyle Busch looked like he was going to take the lead of the Daytona 500, but he has slipped back big time as Logano leads off turn 4 with Byron, Briscoe, and Reddick top 4.
Down to the line, it'll be now 22 laps to go in stage number one here at the Daytona 500 on lap number 44. Logano still up in the top spot. He's on the inside. Everyone else side by side by 3 wide. It's Kyle Busch, the first man in the middle. He tries to get something going in that middle lane. Nothing showing as Elliott powers back off too.
Yeah, the middle lane straight up died right there. Kyle Busch thought he might end up having a pretty good shot, but to no avail, got no love. How about SVG? Shane Van Gisbergen shooting up through the middle lane. Got help from Denny Hamlin. Hamlin usually sees him right back there at the back. He's going to jump up here and want to play a little bit as Logano jumps back down to the bottom side.
Top 10 working lap number 45 when they flash across the start-finish line and 20 laps to go here in stage number 1. It's Logano, Byron Elliott, Van Gisbergen, then it's Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch, Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, they're in 2.
Here we go. Logano still holding on to it. Byron right behind him. SVG trying to muster something up. He finds a line. He jumps down to the bottom. Hamlin's going to go with Byron. Here comes Elliott. He's going to go with Logano. He ain't got no choice. SVG down to the bottom side. Van Gisbergen will go to second, battling with Elliott. Logano still leads, but here comes SVG for the lead.
Dane Van Gisbergen. I know our buddy from Australia, Bigglestein Hopton, has got to be going crazy for the man out of Auckland, New Zealand. A 4-time Australian Supercar V8 champion, a winner of his first ever NASCAR start in 2023 when he won the Chicago Street Race, is now amongst the best of NASCAR, battling for the 500. It's Joey Logano, though, back to the front on the outside, going to 3.
Byron's still right there in the middle lane. He's got Hamlin behind him. Kyle Busch up here, as well as Austin Dillon. Top side is Logano. It's Elliott trying to muster up that outside lane, get it going. Also, Ross Chastain up here inside the top 10 with Kyle Larson. Not real good on super speedways. Young Money's showing it here tonight, though.
Working now lap number 47 at the line as they come back to the corner. It is Joey Logano still in the lead. Look at Byron now. He wants to get back into the dog fight. Up top side is Elliott. Elliott's the only driver, Jacob, that really likes that third lane, tries to make it work. He's got helpers of Cindric and Stenhouse, and also, no, not Stenhouse, I'm sorry, it's Chastain and Larson right behind him.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing some of the biggest movers. One of the biggest movers being Justin Allgaier for Junior Motorsports, driving for Dale Jr. in his very first Cup Series start as far as the team owner goes. Big deal right there for Allgaier, just showing that he's just not somebody that just lucked up to getting into the Daytona 500. He's sitting in a pretty good spot, back there around 20th, but still pretty good spot for Allgaier.
Joey Logano has led 20 of 47 laps right now. By the way, just some of the other drivers that have led the race include Joey Logano, 21 laps now. Also 8 laps is William Byron, 4 laps is Briscoe and Blaney. Then, of course, it was Dillon leading 3, as well as Corey LaJoy. A couple of laps led by the 71 car of Michael McDowell and Chase Elliott. And then, of course, Austin Cindric led a lap as well. That's your lap count. So right now we got cars sideways in behind Shane Van Gisbergen. Behind him, Chastain, Cindric, Larson, Keselowski, and Bowman get together. Coming across the line, they get back in momentum, and they work the break in again in turn 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wesley. I was looking at my stage 1 right here, obviously, for the Busch Light thing, as we're seeing on the broadcast. I got to go ahead and make sure I get my Busch Light ready. But here we go. Now you got riding on board with Chastain, Logano up there. Still got the lead. Byron sitting back in second. Denny Hamlin, 3-time winner of the Daytona 500. As you see right there, basically everybody, about 5 of them right now in the top 10, are past Daytona 500 winners, with Stenhouse and Austin Dillon up here as well. Logano leads off 4.
It is still Joey Logano up in front. Byron now back to second. Hamlin, Busch, Wallace, Stenhouse. All of these drivers in the top 5 or top 6 are single file. Then you've got Van Gisbergen powering back to the outside. Correction, that's Brad Keselowski. Blaney on his left elbow. Briscoe, the pole man, right there in the battle again as they're 3 wide behind Logano off 2.
Yeah, Byron's still holding on to the bottom side. Hamlin's still hooked right up with him. not wanting to go anywhere. Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace, top 5. Keselowski trying to get him a Daytona 500 win. May get a little bit of help from Stenhouse. Nope, he's going to go with a Ford man. And the likes of Ryan Blaney 3 times. He's finished second here on the Daytona 500. Blaney would love to go ahead, get that goose egg erased, and be a Daytona 500 champion here this evening.
When they come to the line, it'll be 40 laps completed. Correction, it'll be, 50 laps completed and 15 laps to go in stage 1 of the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Remember, this race is broken down into 3 stages: 65, lap 130, another 65 laps, and then 70 laps for the finish of stage 3. Right now, Logano leads them on the back straightaway. Top 7-8 cars single file behind him. They're still 3 wide.
Here comes some inside help in the form of Corey LaJoie in the 01. Led a couple of laps here early on. Right in behind Brad Keselowski. Right behind him, Bubba Wallace trying to help this inside lane. Blaney up on the top side. He's got Stenhouse right behind him.
Ryan Blaney up on the outside lane. To the left of him is going to be Corey LaJoie. He's got Brad Keselowski up in front of him. They've got a big burst of momentum as Corey LaJoie powers with a push by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the outside lane. Clears by Bubba Wallace and the driver of Briscoe as they work again in 2.
Stenhouse trying to wear out the back end of Blaney on this outside lane, middle lane rather, and try to get this lane, get back going. Now Blaney, he's going to be all over Brad Keselowski. Front 3, Logano, Byron, Hamlin, they are all clear. Not anymore. Hamlin's not clear. Byron's not clear. Logano, Keselowski. How many times have we said this, Wesley? Logano and Keselowski here at Daytona.
And they're going at it again. And look at now, Keselowski with some help by the push by a couple of cars behind him, some Fords led by Blaney and Stenhouse and Christopher Bell. They're working the outside lane. 13 to go in stage 1. It is still Logano playing the block party on everybody, but Byron starts to show some speed off the second turn.
Yeah, Byron down on the bottom side. Here comes Keselowski. He's going to get the shove from Ryan Blaney. And what will Keselowski do? He knows 100% Blaney's not going to go with him. So Keselowski may just have to basically ride and just see what happens right here. Stenhouse is going to get clear. He's going to go to 4th. Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, and Stenhouse top 4, the double file behind them.
And you can tell these guys are really ready to get back out on the racetrack and go back to racing. They're putting on a show right now. 12 laps to go here in stage 1 after almost a 4-hour rain delay in the 500. We're now at full song. The leader, of course, is still Joey Logano. Here comes now Keselowski on the outside lane. Blaney Stenhouse will follow. The inside lane is now rung out to drive by Byron in 2.
Yeah, and Christopher Bell not too far back from all of this. And so watch out for Christopher Bell. Would love to get him a Daytona 500 win. Logano still holding on to that top side right in front of Brad Keselowski. Hasn't made a whole lot of moves and moving all the way around the place. Here comes Byron. Byron's going to shoot down to the inside, but now he's going to end up getting past as they're 3 wide coming off turn number 4.
Back across the stripe. Look at Ross Chastain now. Powers alongside the machine of the Advent Health entry. That, of course, is the driver that we're on board with, watching him work around the racetrack of Eric Jones. Eric Jones now up into the top 15. Believe it or not, they're right in the front of the leaders is now Allgaier and Elio Castroneves working the high side. They're just not making anything work right now as they battle alongside Riley Herbst heading to 3.
Yeah, Castroneves actually got up a little bit high right there coming off of turn 2. Actually stuffed it in the fence just for a brief second, but doesn't look like he's got any other problems. Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse, all 4 working their way off of turn 4.
Down to the line. Logano still in the front spot. Keselowski back to second. Here comes now the 34 of David Gilliland's son, Todd Gilliland. He'll now stick his nose into the battle on the inside of the racetrack. Watch this power move on the inside. He'll now power and try to lead some laps before they get to stage 1. Gilliland's got a burst of momentum driving alongside Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Couple of veterans up here. All of them used to be teammates. Logano and Blaney, they are Penske Racing teammates, but Keselowski now over with RFK over there with ownership over there with Roush. Here comes Todd Gilliland. He wants to play. May stick his nose where he doesn't need to as he's going down on the inside of Blaney off 4.
To the line. Now in single digits. 9 remaining here now in stage number 1 of the Daytona 500. Working lap number 57. 143 overall to go. It is now Logano still holding on to the spot. He will not relinquish it to Keselowski, Blaney, Gilliland, and Stenhouse. Now watch along, and we're back single file off 2.
A couple of them maybe looking 3 wide back there in the back. Chase Briscoe kind of get kicked to the back. He may be trying to work his way. Actually, that is MTJ, Martin Truex Jr., back there trying to make some moves and slide up through the field as well. Now one driver jumps up to the top. SVG is going to try to go 3 wide around the outside.
After almost a 4-hour weather delay, the green flag fell just at around before 2 o'clock, and then weather interfered. Less than 3 hours and 40 minutes later, we've been racing now here in the 500. It is Joey Logano leading the way. Keselowski right in tow, up the high banks of Daytona into the bright lights to the back straightaway to Jacob Reeves.
Keselowski still sitting in the second spot. Blaney third. Stenhouse right behind them. And also Christopher Bell jumps up here in the top 5. Alex Bowman, runner-up for the Daytona 500 last year. Where did he come from? Sitting up here in the second spot. Daniel Suarez, where did he come from? Atlanta spring winner last season. All of them up here battling inside the top 7.
And we continue to watch them work their way to the stripe. It's now Logano up in front, followed by Keselowski. It is Blaney. It is Stenhouse. They all stay single file. Up the banking again, they work. 3-4 story tie. Locked to the double yellow line is the top 5, top 6 cars. Look at now Suarez. He'll make the 7th car to hook up with Bowman and make it inside single file.
Watch out for old Eric Jones. He knows how to get it done here as well. 2018 fall winner. Here at the World Center of Racing, as he is lined up right behind him, Tyler Reddick, championship Ford driver from last season, lined up, as well as Todd Gilliland, all 10 of them working their way off Ford.
They right now work their way to the tribal. That's 18 degrees coming down that 3,800-foot front straightaway. Logano in the lead, followed by Keselowski. Blaney right there, then the follow behind him. Then it's Stenhouse, followed by Bell, your top 5. They got to get in formation. They're coming to 5 to go. Next time by in stage 1 here in Daytona.
And Wesley, I really hate it for Brad Keselowski right now, because he is he's in a mess right now, because he's got Logano right in front of him, a Penske racing car. Right behind him, he's got Ryan Blaney in a Penske racing car. If Blaney tries to make a move on Logano right here at the end of stage 1, he's pretty much up the creek. He is straight up screwed, because nobody's going to go with him. The only one that will is if Todd Gilliland can get there. He may be able to help him.
Yeah, the only man that might think about trying to help him out might be Todd Gilliland. We'll keep an eye on that now as the laps wind down here in stage number 1. Under 5 remaining now. Logano up the banking. Keselowski, Blaney, they're right there in tow. Penske in the middle of the RFK racing machine off 2.
Top 10 single file, then we're double wide back there where Todd Gilliland, Kyle Larson, SVG, and Chase Elliott, all of them back here is. As now one driver jumps down to the bottom. Bubba Wallace trying to see if he can make up this inside lane and get it carried on. Jumps down in front of Todd Gilliland. Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse, Bell, the top 5 off turn 4.
Working off turn number 4. We now see some drivers falling back, some climbing in the top 15. It is Logano at the stripe, leading them with 4 to go in stage 1. Logano, Keselowski, Blaney, Stenhouse, Bowman's behind Bell. Bell now falls back behind Bowman. Suarez ready to pounce on someone as they work 2.
And everybody trying to just wait. Just go ahead, wait till the end. Wait till that white flag of stage number 1. And that's when you got to see guys really start to make some moves. Something big that could happen back there in the back, Wesley Outland, is Bowman, Suarez, and Eric Jones. All of them are Chevrolets. Stenhouse in a Chevrolet as well. Them 4 may try to line up and make a run to be able to get something going. As now Logano starting to work his way down on the bottom.
It is now 3 laps to go. Look at now, jumping out of line is going to be Jones. Jones now powers to the inside. He'll try to get a run on Suarez. Reddick and also Elliott watch all this going on. So now we see him trouble. Hamlin drops below the bottom of the apron. He's sideways. He gets turned. He almost gets into Zane Smith. He does get into Zane Smith. Josh Berry gets collected as well as they're wrecking your way into.
Oh, boy. Zane Smith goes around. Hamlin goes around. Josh Berry locked it up, tried not to get any damage, and he will have damage. Riley Herb's able to lock it down, not get involved. Denny Hamlin looks like he's going to be able to scoot by with no damage anywhere on his race car. So Hamlin might have used up one of those 9 lives that he usually has when we come to Daytona and Talladega. But after that, Zane Smith looks like he's going to have some left front damage after all of it.
A couple of Joe Gibbs Racing people on the War Wagon looking to see and communicate with Denny Hamlin to find out how much damage might be on the Hamlin number 11 Toyota. Also, obviously, Zane Smith and the Speedy Cash Ford, his car with damage. The Ford for Josh Berry, a lot of left front fender and side nose damage on his car, and that shows us under a yellow flag for the second time here. It's on lap number 54 after an incident on the back straightaway. Here's a replay, Jacob.
Oh, boy, yeah, they actually stacked up right in front of Denny Hamlin. One of those drivers was Ross Chastain. Everybody stacked up in front of him. And then after that, Zane Smith tried to lock it up. Oh, wow, big-time right rear damage right there. I just saw it with the right rear tire. Whole axle looked like it about got ripped out of it. Watch the stack up right here as Chastain ends up having to get on the brakes. Hamlin tries to get on the brakes. Zane Smith doesn't get on the brakes good enough, ends up getting into the back of Hamlin. Then Zane Smith locks it up, comes straight up the racetrack, comes right up into Josh Berry, who had absolutely nowhere to go, sends Berry up into the wall, and that contact with the left front of Josh Berry ended up making the right rear of Zane Smith's, where the whole right rear tire was moving around. We can see it right here on the broadcast. Whole right rear tire moving around all over the place. Zane Smith is probably done for the evening.
And they're also saying that in addition to all the other cars involving, including Josh Berry, Zane Smith, and Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric got some damage from it.
Wow. Unfortunate for that. And there we see the pace trucks, or the safety trucks, going down the back of pit road, or the back stretch, I should say, looking to see if there's any debris back there on the back. Denny Hamlin, what a save out of the 3-time Daytona 500 winner. Denny Hamlin able to miss every bit of it right there. So big-time save right there for Denny Hamlin. Could have straight up got caught up in a big deal right there. Could have been a whole lot worse for him.
So we're under the yellow flag, and it looks like it's probably going to end stage 1 as well for the Daytona 500 opening stage that took almost 4 hours, 5 hours to get done, counting the 3.5-hour rain delay, weather delay for a red flag. Right now, we're going to see guys, I think, come down to pit road in just a moment, Jacob. And obviously, 4 tires and fuel going to be coming on these cars, especially we're closing in on over 175 miles into the 500.
Yeah, I mean, a very good possibility. You know, we could see some 4-tire pit stops. Good possibility we may just see 2 tires. Some of them may just take gas and go and not even worry about it. But I will say this. I mean, if you're going to fill it up all the way, these guys, I talked about it earlier, 40 to 45 laps on a full tank of fuel, odds are it's going to take them a minute to get all that fuel packed in there. You may as well just go ahead and take 4 tires while you're at it. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll give you a full-field rundown when we come back. We'll step away and take a break as we are racing finally in the Daytona 500 on Motorsports Mania. We're also approaching the top of the hour. We'll pause very quickly for 10 seconds of network identification on CRN, the Community Radio Network. We're back right after these words.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
So while we were under commercial break, the green and white checkered flag with the yellow flag was waving over the field from the start-finish line. And Jacob Reeves, we are back under the caution. And I know you're happy about that because you said you wanted to see a green and white checkered flag. We finally completed the first stage about 170 miles into the Daytona 500, sir.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the yellow was flying while that green and white checkered flag was flying. And then obviously you see exactly what happened right there with Zane Smith. And obviously with Josh Berry, Denny Hamlin right behind that as well, who made a fantastic save, was able to hold on to it and not get caught up with any other problems. But we just saw, Joey Logano right there, he ends up getting that stage win. And Wesley, I can only imagine what would have happened had that wreck not happened with Keselowski right behind him, Blaney right there as well, Stedhouse, Suarez, Bowman, all those Chevrolets with Eric Jones. It would have been a treat right there to see that sucker end under green. I would have loved to have seen that.
Yeah, and obviously we know pit road's going to be opening up here in just a moment. It's about to become a very, very busy place. And Jacob, I got a feeling we're going to see 4 tires and fuel for everybody that comes down pit lane. But obviously, stage 1 has concluded, and Joey Logano is going to be awarded the stage 1 winner here in the Daytona 500. Stage 1 again going to Joey Logano.
Yeah, Joey Logano was very, very aggressive. Literally in that whole stage right there. Just going wherever that he really wanted to go. It didn't really matter if anybody else, he just went. He just went. If he saw a hole, he stuck his nose in there, and he was going to go whether you liked it or not. And Wesley, he is a Daytona 500 past champion. He is a 2-time, NASCAR Cup Series champion. So, kind of a big deal right here for old Joey Logano. Actually, 3-time Cup Series champion. Missed out on the 22 and 22. I completely forgot about that one. But, he's got a lot of spunk. And he's got a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for here? He has
energy,
the confidence and the mojo and the swagger and all that, what, the young kids call it and everything. But, he's got a lot of confidence in that number 22 to be able to make those moves because he's done it. Problem is, there's a couple times where he's made them moves, he ended up causing some wrecks. But he didn't do it right here. He didn't cause this one, though.
67 laps are completed of 133 laps to go. We are now just beginning stage 2 in the 67th running of the Daytona 500. By the way, Josh Berry is on the damaged vehicle policy clock, and right now he's 6.5 minutes getting work done of the 8 minutes total he's allowed. Right now allotted 8 minutes. 6.5 minutes or 6 minutes, 23 seconds are gone for Josh Berry. By the way, there was also drivers that are already out of the Daytona 500, Jacob Reeves. It includes the driver of AJ Allmendinger, the Celsius Live Fit Chevrolet. He is out. Zane Smith is behind the wall as well. So is Josh Berry, 3 laps down on the damaged vehicle clock. And we've got pit stops now going. It's William Byron, Ryan Blaney, host of other cars. I'm going to say the whole cavalry, Jacob, is on pit road getting 4 new freshies in Sunoco fuel, as you call it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody coming down, getting those freshies. You see Briscoe going down. Castroneves about got ran over right there by, I believe it was Joey Logano right behind him. And Briscoe looked like he almost ended up losing a tire right there. His pit crew almost did. That's going to be catastrophic for Briscoe, as now you're seeing they're actually waiting to make sure that he's got a full fuel tank in that number 19. And right there in that very first pit stall, Wesley Outland, it works out good when you're the pole setter for the Daytona 500, a pole winner at any super speedway. You're able to get that very first pit stall. You're able to just go ahead and shoot right out and not have to worry about going around all the other cars.
Yeah, so let's drivers get ready to enter and exit off the pit lane. Let's give you the full-field rundown at the end of stage number 1. Remember, the top 10 are awarded stage points from 10 to 1 for first to 10th for points. Joey Logano is your winner of stage number 1. He leads the way right now, by the way. Brad Keselowski is second. Ryan Blaney third. Alex Bowman fourth. Chase Elliott. Well, actually, hold on that. Every dang thing just went cattywampus. Wait a minute. It updated again. Ty Dillon, well, let's wait for them to get back across, because I think we're seeing some more cars cross the timing loop. And then once we get the green from the NASCAR live feed, then we'll know that the timing is correct again. But Jacob, we are just seeing these guys enter and exit off of pit road.
Absolutely. I mean, and one of those guys that I did see for a brief second up there inside the top 10 until the timing and scoring kind of threw it for a loop right there a little bit was Justin Allgaier. And, Wesley, I could sit here, I'm a big Dale Jr. fan. I'm a big Justin Allgaier fan. I always have been. But, it is the little engine, I guess, that could, with just how quick, I guess you could say, or how last minute that whole deal come together for Junior Motorsports. Dale Jr. and Kelly, and obviously Chris Stapleton, the country singer. It's just amazing how it all come together in a short amount of time. And then they're able to get into the Daytona 500. Had to race their way in or qualify the way in. Couldn't do it qualifying, but they raced their way in. And they're doing a fantastic job right now. I'm sure Dale Jr. is real proud.
And Jacob, they got great company, obviously. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kelly Earnhardt Miller, working with the crew. Greg Ives is the crew chief for the Junior Motorsports entry. Greg Ives is a 2-time crew chief winner of the Daytona 500. So you've got some really good, talented people there on that Traveler Whiskey Chevrolet in the inaugural voyage of Junior Motorsports in the Great American Race. But right now, obviously, we'll see still a long way to go, no doubt about it. Let's give you now the full field rundown as they're working lap number 68 in stage 2 of the Daytona 500. It is Joey Logano, the leader. Austin Dillon now being scored second. Ryan Blaney third. Cole Custer and Ty Dillon the top 5. Justin Haley, Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Bubba Wallace, your top 10.
And right behind them, you got Tyler Reddick sitting in 11th. Uh-oh, though, they went through a timing loop. But Tyler, I don't know. Kyle Larson up there in the middle of that. Chase Elliott up there as well. Tyler scoring just kind of went everywhere. We'll wing it. I tell you what, Justin Allgaier sitting in 12th, Jones 13th. Ty Gilliland sitting in 14th, Chris Buescher 15th. Ty Gibbs is 16th with Austin Cindric 17th. SVG Shea Van Gisbergen is 18th. Kyle Busch 19th, and Ryan Preece is 20th.
21st is Michael McDowell. Noah Gragson 22nd. Elio Castroneves started 41st. He's now 23rd. Corey LaJoie, who led some laps in stage 1, is back to 24th. And Chase Briscoe, the pole winner of the 500, is in 25th position. Martin Truex Jr. 26th. Ross Chastain 27th. John Hunter Nemechek is 28th. 29th is Cole Custer. And Brad Keselowski, who also was up in the front at stage 1, Jacob, is in 30th.
And 31st is going to be Austin Dillon backtracking now. As Ty Dillon right behind him, his brother, 31st, 32nd. Cody Ware is going to be 33rd with Justin Haley, 34th. Riley Herbst, 35th. Jimmy Johnson's 36th. Carson Hocevar is going to be 37th. Denny Hamlin still on the lead lap back there in 38th. Josh Berry, 2 laps down, sitting in 39th, and Zane Smith behind the wall in 40th. A.J. Allmendinger out of the event in 41st.
And by the way, Josh Berry has exceeded the 6-minute damaged vehicle policy time clock by 6 minutes, 23 seconds. And right now, Josh Berry is in 39th position, but 2 laps down. And again, behind the wall is Nathan Smith from that accident a moment ago. And of course, when we came back to the green flag after the rain delay, A.J. Allmendinger with engine issues on the number 16 Celsius Live Fit Chevrolet. He is officially the first car out of the Daytona 500. It'll be lap number 69 when they come back to the green flag completed. Lap 70, they'll be working as Logano and Blaney, Suarez and Bowman, the first 2 rows, Stenhouse and Wallace, Reddick and Elliott, Byron and Bell, the top 10, as they'll get ready to make their way back to the Advent Health Geico restart zone. And we'll get ready to go back to green flag here for stage number 2. It'll take us all the way to lap number 130. That's about 60 laps of green flag racing. Logano leads the field back down to the tri-oval. That Chevrolet Blazer SS base truck comes down to the pit lane. Here comes the field back to the yellow lineup against the safer barrier. They got to go before they get to the end of that box. They will. Through the gearboxes, back underway. Lap number 70, and we're back to green in the Daytona 500. They're back in turn number 1 with Logano and Bowman at dead heat.
Logano and Bowman, literally, like you said, dead heat right behind them, almost a dead heat with Blaney and Wallace. Now outside lane's going to fall apart. Falling apart, big time, big crash. Truex is in it. Chastain is in it. Briscoe's in it. Dillon's in it. Kyle Busch in the 80s in it. Castroneves in it as well. Another big one.
Another multi-car crash on the restart on lap number 70 of the Daytona 500 puts us under the yellow flag again. We go back to turn 2 with Jacob Reeves.
And Denny Hamlin able to pull away. Jimmy Johnson, the 84, he's trying to see if he can pull away. Kyle Busch, 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. It's going to end up probably being 21 for old Kyle Busch. Helio Castroneves got involved in this as well. There you see Riley Herbst in the 35. He is involved. Big time deal right there, as it looked like the outside lane might have actually come from Joey Logano, Wesley. Might have missed a gear, might have spun the tires. Something happened on that outside lane when Logano was up there. It stacked the whole outside lane up. Busch Light car is crunched just like a good old Bearcat after you have about 6 of them. So big time deal for Ross Chastain being in this, as well as here we go. We're fixing to see a replay.
We watch a replay now as we see Suarez really stack up the outside lane behind them. It started with Blaney and Suarez and then Stenhouse, and then all of a sudden Ross Chastain gets turned into Helio Castroneves, gets into John Hunter Nemechek. Then he gets into a whole host of other cars. The pole sitter of the 500, Chase Briscoe, slides through the grass. Kyle Busch, how much damage is on the number 8 Zone Water Chevrolet is the question. So Riley Herbst collected. And again, watch this again as we watch a replay where I think Cole Custer might have got away from it in the 41 car, but it stacked everyone else up, Jacob, behind him there, and again, crash in turn number 2.
Yeah, I mean, just a big stack up. Like I said, I mean, a lot of it had to do, hard impact right there, riding on board with Ross Chastain. Straight up nailed him right there. It actually hit Castroneves in the left rear to Chastain's right front. That's why it looked like a Bearcat basically crunched, as we're checking out riding on board with Castroneves as well. See kind of what happened. Yeah, it was just a huge stack up. I mean, Bowman and I believe Bubba Wallace and all of them, they were rocking and rolling on the inside lane. Something happened to Joey Logano in the 22 that straight up killed the whole outside lane. It stacked everybody up. Nobody was expecting it. And unfortunately, a lot of drivers getting involved. This is the one I was wanting to see, is Kyle Busch right here, who was the one that I was really hoping was actually going to be able to pull it off here tonight. Got a couple of dings in it, but it looks like he's going to be A-okay. If anything, the right front may have some damage on it when he slid in there. He's got a little bit of grass all over the place, but this one's going to be the hard one that here's riding on board with Ross.
And by the way, the benefactor of the free pass is going to go to Josh Berry, so that's in his favor. Josh Berry will at least get one of his laps back as, again, We see other cars coming down pit road, getting service being done. The damaged vehicle policy clock in effect. 3.5 minutes already gone for Martin Truex Jr. 2.5 minutes on Riley Herbst. 2 minutes on Kyle Busch. 2 minutes on Chase Briscoe. And 40 seconds on Elio Castroneves. And what a tough break for Elio Castroneves. Again, welcome to the world of NASCAR, not IndyCar. Spider-Man, and it has been a tough speed week for the man out of Brazil, Jacob. But again, the driver started the race for Trackhouse Racing in 41st with the OVP provisional. No points, no purse money, just wants to run in the 500, and now he is behind the wall here on lap number 71.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Helio Castroneves. Obviously was going to be a fan favorite here this evening. As we're also seeing, it looks like Martin Truex Jr. is going to go behind the wall. Hate to see that for him. Obviously, that's my boy. So hate to see that for Truex. Josh Berry trying to see if he can get away from this as well. Castroneves looks like he is still down there. Actually, no, he's going behind the wall as well. So a lot of cars got tore up right there. I would love to get an idea of exactly what the heck happened to Joey Logano that stacked that whole outside lane up. Is SVG getting some repairs done on pit road? Riley Herbst getting some repairs done? But Wesley, it all started up there with Joey Logano. I'm not sure if he missed a gear or what. I would say he missed a gear or something happened. But, I mean, there's got to be a good explanation right there for last season's champion to have a problem like that right there.
And by the way, as we mentioned, Josh Berry was 2 laps down after he used up his damaged vehicle policy clock to try to fix the damage from the previous caution flag that he had on the back straightaway. And in doing so, he does get the benefactor of getting one of his free pass laps back. He does get the free pass. And obviously now we see Shane Van Gisbergen on pit road. Something going on with the number 88 out of New Zealand. His car's got the hood up. Joey Logano now bringing his car down pit road as well. He pulls out of line. He was in the 9th position, Jacob Reeves, on lap 73.
Yeah, they're looking right now. They're actually going to pop the hood on that number 22 Shell Pennzoil Ford. Looks like something up with Joey Logano. Just saw him push Martin Truex Jr. behind the wall as well. So very unfortunate to see this. One guy actually jumping in the passenger seat of the number 22 Pennzoil Ford, trying to look, kind of see what's going on.
It's got to be an electrical issue. The way that they're looking, it's like an electrical issue, possibly something like that going on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it looks like right there. Pulled the window out. They're trying to fix some, like you said, electrical issue right there for Joey Logano, which is very unfortunate. There's Kyle Busch trying to fix right there where the splitter is, right there on the bottom of his race car. So I mean, Wesley, we say it all the time, Daytona giveth and Daytona taketh. Yes. I got a feeling Daytona just took it right there for a lot of drivers.
I'll be honest with you, though, Jacob. We look at Kyle Busch's car. We just saw it a moment ago. He's been on the damaged vehicle policy clock for 4 minutes now on pit lane as we see Elio Castroneves now being taken back behind the wall via tow truck. We're still seeing work being done on the Logano car. That was really a very strong car in the first stage of the Daytona 500. But Kyle Busch's car, Jacob, besides the front grille of the car, it really doesn't look that damaged on the Zone Chevrolet.
No, I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, these cars, Wesley, when they came out in 2022, they were brittle. And when I mean brittle, you could actually door bang a little bit and it would probably knock the steering wheel all the way to 9 o'clock. That's how brittle they was. Or give or take about 3 years ago. Now, the R&D and everything, they have gotten these cars to where they're a little bit more tougher. But if you end up knocking the wheels out, then you're pretty much screwed. As everybody that was involved, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Riley Herbst, Justin Allgaier got a piece of it, John Hunter Nemechek, Cody Ware, Martin Truex Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Helio Castroneves, all those drivers involved. There's a lot of guys going down right here, taking this opportunity to get them fuel-only stops right here and have enough fuel to possibly make it all the way to the end.
Hey, thanks for joining us on Motorsports Mania. Don't forget, we're your home for coverage of not just NASCAR, select NASCAR Truck Series races and IndyCar, the NTT IndyCar Series. Their season fires up at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg in Florida, ironically, on the other side of the Panhandle. That'll be on Sunday, March the 3rd. Make sure you make your March 2nd, my apologies, March 2nd. Sunday, March 2nd. And also, the Formula One season cranks up. I believe it's going to be in Australia, the first race. Melbourne, Australia, and that'll fire up in March as well, Jacob Reeves. So, Motorsports Mania, real-time scoring from NASCAR and all the other series that we cover. And in addition to that, a different type of verbiage, if you will, instead of the network broadcast feed, giving an opportunity to kind of work on our talents, if you will, and have fun calling the sport of racing that we love so much, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely love sports, and, you know, for all things that you need right here as far as the big-time deals with auto racing, check us out right here, Motorsports Mania here on YouTube. Great deal right here to be a part of this. And like you said, to brush up on, our talents, obviously, and also get to call some of the biggest races, with NASCAR, Formula One, IndyCar, all that good stuff, just like right here with the 67th running of the Daytona 500.
Let's give me your top 15, or at least the top 10 right now, if you will. 75 laps are completed, by the way. 75 laps. 125 to go, and it sounds like there's an engine misfire on the 22 of Joey Logano. They are keeping an eye on that. By the way, a couple of drivers have cleared the damaged vehicle policy clock. They include, let's see, Kyle Busch is at 5 minutes. Riley Herbst is at 4.5. Chase Briscoe at 3 minutes. But they are back on the racetrack again, trying to stay at least on the lead lap. Joey Logano, by the way, has fell a lap down. Understanding Jacob Reeves, there might be an engine misfire. Spark plug engine misfire on the 22 Penske entry of our defending Cup Series champion, Joey Logano.
Yeah, that's the damnedest thing right there with them spark plugs. I mean, they just foul off. I mean, it happens, especially here with these 700 horsepower race cars right here going around Daytona. I mean, a spark plug can misfire. I mean, it can misfire in a 700 horsepower. It can misfire in a V6, 4.3 like my truck is. So, I mean, spark plugs do that. But there's a lot of strain on these engines. And, that's one of those things, I guess, right there. So it makes sense, I guess, why that whole stack-up happened is that it fouled, and everybody ends up stacking up on the outside, and that's why we saw a lot of guys get involved in that crash.
Stage 2 is where we're on right now, 75 of 200 laps, 125 left to go. Brian Blaney, Austin Cindric, Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece, Daniel Suarez right there alongside in the top 5. Looking also watching the driver of McDowell, Gregson, all these new cars. Wallace and Briscoe make up row 5. There's your top 10. Forgot to mention also Ryan Preece now right there in that mix too, as we'll get ready to come back for a restart. Lap number 76 when they come to the green flag. And we are still in stage number 2 with, by the way, 54 laps left in the stage. Go to lap number 130. Here they come. Back to the line. Green flag. Penske side by side with Blaney alongside 2022 Daytona 5 winner Austin Cindric. Preece and Buescher alongside. And they worked their way back on the restart in turn 1. Much better go of things than the last time when we had that big wreck. It's Blaney off 2.
Penske Ford's up at the front and RFK right behind him. Then you got Noah Gregson in the 4 right behind. I believe that is also Preece down there on the bottom side. Now you got Suarez up on the top side. Front 6 is now front 4. All Fords shoving going into turn number 3. Cindric's going to get a nose out ahead over his teammate Blaney. And here comes Preece on the inside to give the shove to Cindric.
It's Blaney on the outside. It's Cindric on the inside. And Ryan Preece now on the bottom as well. There's a big push, and they're going to not waste any time going back 3 wide. Up top is Buescher. He'll get the cavalry started with Elliott up on the top side. We're 3 wide against the safer barrier with Cindric in 1.
Boy, that big one didn't calm him down, not one bit. As Cindric's going to jump up, get right up in front of Ryan Preece. Outside lane, with Busher. Gets the shove. Elliott gives the shove. Now the RFK guys, they're up on the top side. Priest and Busher. Here comes Blaney in the middle lane. Noah Gregson wearing out Austin Cindric on the bottom side as big moves, all of them going. And Michael McDowell, how about you? 2021 Daytona 500 winner, comfortably up there battling it out for that third spot.
And Michael McDowell now puts his car up to that third or fourth spot as we saw one car smack the outside safer barrier. A little concrete dust, I believe, on Blaney. He now gets back into the middle line. It's Cindric back to the lead again in the Penske entry. It's Ryan Preece up top side. The modified star of the Northeast from Berlin, Connecticut. Howard Cindric for the lead off 2.
And Michael McDowell was on the bottom, jumps up in the middle side. He's going to try to go with Ryan Blaney. Outside lane, forming up big. Here comes Priest. Here comes Busher. Elliott is clear. Will he jump down in front of a Chevy? As Elliott's going to hold on to that third spot up on the top side. But here comes Cindric with the help of Noah Gregson right behind him. He got Michael McDowell lined up. Blaney right behind him. Cindric and Priest off turn 4.
And don't count out also McDowell in that new Go Bowling entry. There's Noah Gregson on the inside. The young man for, of course, right there, Noah Gregson on the inside going after the shot on the lead. Right now, Priest and Busher, RFK up in the top 2. It's now Cindric back to third. Gregson fourth off 2.
3 wide for second, and Priest is holding them all at bay on that outside lane, but don't look now. Here comes Noah Gregson, wanting to try to get him a Daytona 500 win. Young man driving the Ford on the inside, trying to get the shove. Reddick right behind him. Front 6, all of them nose to tail. 3 wide for the lead. Gregson on the bottom. Cindric in the middle. Priest up top. 3 wide off turn 4.
Couple of Daytona 500 winners right there in the middle lane. That's Cindric and McDowell. McDowell was in the Love's entry when he won the 500 in 2021. Now, here comes Ryan Priest on the outside with a push by Gregson. He hungs out Cindric in the middle. They're going to go 3 wide with Priest up the middle. Now the outside in turn 2. Oh, my goodness.
Wow, 3 wide all the way through the field, 3 wide all the way back is now Cindric holding on to that middle lane. Priest getting the shove from his teammate, that being Chris Busher. On the bottom side, Noah Gregson gets the shove from Tyler Reddick, from Alex Bowman. Outside lane's going to advance. Here comes Priest. Priest is going to hold them all at bay one more time, maybe not. Here comes Gregson. Here comes Cindric. 3 wide once again for the lead off turn 4.
3 wide, first 5, 6 rows, storming off turn 4. They thunder down to the stripe. It's still going to be too close to call. It's a 3 wide photo finish. If the race ended, there's still 118 to go. Cindric on the middle lane. He carries the momentum. Gregson on the bottom, and now Busher now got pushed there with Priest now battling back up top in 2.
3 wide all the way through the field. Absolutely beautiful as we're seeing right now on the track map. Joey Logano all by himself. Gregson all in company. They're going to end up running him down big time as we're seeing Joey Logano just now working his way off turn 4. Battle for the lead is on going into 3. Cindric still in the middle. Gregson still down on the bottom side. Priest up top with help from Busher. On the bottom, Gregson. He's got Tyler Reddick, and Cindric has Michael McDowell off 4.
Here they come, still 3 by 3 across the stripe. It's now Priest on the outside lane, Cindric in the middle, so is Gregson. And that 3 by 3 by 3 momentum continues to hold on as we got a caution on the racetrack. Yellow flag will fly. Caution on the speedway. There is debris on the speedway. Reported debris in turn 1. It might have came from Joey Logano's car. Debris in turn number 1 is the reason caution is out here for the 3rd or 4th time in the Daytona 500 on lap number 82, Jacob.
Boy, and Joey Logano, actually, he ends up getting pretty lucky out of that whole deal unless, even if he got the caution called on him. But still, he was fixing to go 2 laps down. He's 1 lap down right now, so he'll get that lucky dog.
He gets the free pass. Yes, he does. He is the beneficiary of the free pass, and it is Joey Logano now only going down a lap.
Yeah, unfortunate to see, as we were just seeing Martin Truex Jr. was getting interviewed by MRN, and obviously with Fox. Hate to see that right there for MTJ getting involved in that accident. But yeah, Joey Logano, he's gonna luck up big time out of this right here. Get back on the lead lap. At SVG, sitting 2 laps down, he's gonna need him a couple of cautions to be able to get back into this. after that crash right there at the end, or at the start, I should say, of stage number 2. But caution flag flies here for the 4th caution here in the Daytona 500.
And Jacob, how about this? We have more cars behind the wall. You mentioned Joey Logano getting a lap back. He does. Shane Van Gisbergen is 2 laps down out of the race now, including Martin Truex Jr. We just heard from him, or you just mentioned him a moment ago. He is now the next retiree of the 500. Elio Castroneves is out. Ross Chastain is out, joining A.J. Allmendinger. And behind the wall, currently waiting any moment for probably saying they're out, is Josh Berry and Zane Smith here on lap number 83, Jacob.
Yeah, unfortunate for all those guys, especially with Helio Castroneves, Truex. A.J. Allmendinger, hate to see that for him. Ross Chastain, some big names in racing or in NASCAR Cup Series competition in general. So hate to see that for those guys. But this caution right here is going to kind of throw a little bit of a wrench right here, Wesley Outland, as odds are, some of these guys may elect to go down, or probably all of them will probably go down and fill up right here and try to see if somehow or another they can make it, because remember, I said 40 to 44 laps. They're going to, they ain't going to be able to make it, but if they can save enough, possibly they may be able to stretch it, but it'll be close to try to make it all the way to the end of stage number 2, as Logano is getting his lucky dog. But I expect to see everybody go down and fill them up full of fuel right here.
Yeah, the free pass going to the driver of Joey Logano, as again their caution was for debris, and here comes everybody else coming down onto pit road. Cindric Priest, it is about to be a very busy place on pit road, because I got a feeling everybody's coming in with the exception of a couple. Couple stay out, but the rest are coming in. Buscher, Gregson, all on pit road, Jacob, on lap number 84.
Yeah, everybody coming down pit road, everybody trying to slide around one another, everybody coming down for just gas. Here comes Ryan Priest. He's going to fill it up full of fuel. Cindric's going to fill it up full of fuel. Blady's going to fill it up full of fuel as well. As Chase Elliott, he's working his way off of pit road. McDowell off pit road. Whoa, big time deal right there. McDowell almost ended up getting hit right there by Briscoe trying to come into the pits as well. But looks like Cindric's going to beat them all off of pit road.
The Daytona 500 is under caution for the 5th time. This one is, or the 4th time. This is for debris on lap number 84. We're going to take the break. We'll be back with more from Daytona on Motorsports Mania.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
Ross Chastain talking to the media after being involved in the accident on lap number 71. We're on lap number 86 of 200. 114 laps to go. If you're joining us, here's a recap, right? The Great American Race started about an hour ahead of schedule. Weather interfered on lap number 10. A red flag that lasted 3 hours and 10 minutes. Then summoned drivers back to their cars, Jacob. Then another red flag lasted 21 minutes. And since then, we have been racing as we go back to green in stage 2 of the Daytona 500. 44 to go. Cindric and Elliott, a dead heat side by side. Stride for stride up the banking. 31 degrees, greets them in turn 1.
And here we go. Elliott back up on the top side. He's got his good buddy, YRB Ryan Blaney, lined up right behind him. Riding on board with Bubba Wallace. Big time move all the way back there outside the top 20. But up front, battle still ensues. Here comes Gilliland in the 34. Sees outside lane advance. Here comes Michael McDowell looking back at the 34. I bet you that's really throwing him for a loop, seeing the 34 behind him. But Cindric, Elliott battling for the lead off turn 4.
And it's a big push now as they work their way back down to the corner. It is now Cindric on the inside. Inside battles Elliott. Elliott now, could this year be the year for the 7-time rookie or fan of the year? The fan's choice of the year. Driver star of the year, Chase Elliott right in the middle. Here comes now some help from Michael McDowell, the 2021 winner of the 500. Pushed by, ironically, the car that he won driving, the Loves Machine, on the outside as they work the 3.
Here comes Elliott now. He's going to get the shove. Blady's going to shove him. Gregson on the inside. He's got Cindric with him. Elliott comes down, tries to side draft, tries to pull Cindric back. Up top, McDowell getting the shove from Gilliland. 3 wide off turn 4 for the lead.
And Cindric right now leads the cavalry. And look at how quickly Jacob Reeves, they got back 3 by 3 again. 3 wide already as cars in the back. We watched Kyle Busch. We watched Logano. We watched those cars slipping as now McDowell goes after the leader, Cindric in 2.
McDowell all by himself, or not necessarily all by himself, but the middle lane has dissipated just a little bit. Cindric, and now he's all by himself. Here comes the outside lane. McDowell's going to get the shove from Gilliland. Middle lane's got Elliott and Blady. Here we go. McDowell by nose. Here comes Cindric back. Elliott's going to fire back in the middle lane. It's a chest smash. 3 different lanes, all 3 wide here off of Daytona, but Cindric's going to poke out ahead off 4.
It is Cindric in the lead as they work the bottom of the racetrack, but we're going to go 3 wide again. It's a scramble, baby. Elliott's now the monkey in the middle. He's got McDowell on the outside right elbow. Left elbow is now Gregson. Gregson powers back to the inside. There's a little bit of contact as they thunder their way in the corner.
A lot of scrambling going on, and not your eggs at the Waffle House. Cindric still holding on to that lead. McDowell still up on that top side. Gregson still trying to help out Cindric. YRB still trying to help out Chase Elliott. YRB being young Ryan Blaney. Here comes McDowell up on the top side. 4 head of steam. Cindric still holding down on the bottom side. Here comes Elliott. Now Cindric pokes out ahead once again. They go 3 wide once again for the second spot.
What a big burst of momentum as we're 3 wide thundering through the tri-oval. Here they come down to the line. It is lap number 90 on the board. 40 laps to go in stage number 2, and we're 10 laps to halfway in the Daytona 500. McDowell leads them now into turn number 1. It's time to go bowling.
Yeah, he is absolutely bowling right now in that 71. Got the 34. Gilliland lined up right behind him. Now Cindric's going to dump off Noah Gregson, jump up in front of Chase Elliott in the middle lane. Inside lane starting to die off with Cindric getting wore out. Him and McDowell, both of them literally getting shoved going into turn number 3. McDowell holding on to that lead on the outside. Cindric's going to fight back hard in the middle lane.
McDowell's not looking for a spare. He's looking for a strike, and the man in front of him is Cindric. The 7-10 split on the outside lane is McDowell with also Gilliland and Elliott. He tries to split by those cars. He still stays locked to the outside lane. McDowell, Cindric, dead heat back into 1.
The discount tire Ford right there in the middle lane. Will he jump up to the top and try to block that advance or stay right with the Napa number 9 of Chase Elliott? He'll ride right in that middle lane. McDowell's going to get a run. Cindric can't jump up. Here comes McDowell. Gilliland, full head of steam, gives him a big old shot going into turn number 3. McDowell almost gets cleared for the lead. Gregson's going to come out of absolutely nowhere. Noah Gregson in the 4. Down on the inside, Gregson for the lead off 4.
I was about to say help's coming, and it's Gilliland pushing McDowell with the help of also Dillon. But now on the inside, Cindric under attack for the lead. Noah Gregson got some help from another short track buddy, Ryan Priest. He pushes him to the inside lane, and we're 3 wide again in 1.
3 wide all the way through the field. 3 wide for the lead, for 4th, for 7th, for 8th, for 9th, for 10th, you name it. 3 wide all the way through the field. Gregson tried to hold on the bottom lane. Priest wearing him out. Here comes Elliott. Gives the shove to Cindric. Gregson's getting the shove from Priest. And up top, McDowell getting the shove from Gilliland. Ty Dillon, John Hunter Nemechek up there on the top side as well. 3 wide once again for the lead. Picture perfect off turn 4.
Motorsports Mania coverage of the 67th Daytona 500 live after a 3.5-hour rain delay is back at full song, and we're closing in on 250 miles. I'm Wesley Outland. Jacob Reeves alongside. 37 to go in stage 2. 6 to halfway, and McDowell and Cindric still battle for the strike off 2.
Boy, they are wearing each other out, and they want to get to the lead and lead here in the Daytona 500. 2 past Daytona 500 winners. Todd Gilliland's never won the 500. Neither has Chase Elliott. Neither has Noah Gregson. Middle lane, trying to get advanced. Cindric holding on to that middle lane. Here comes Gregson back down on the inside as well, with Ryan Priest giving the shove as well. 3 wide once again, coming off turn 4. Cindric with a nose out ahead.
And right now they thunder their way again through the tribal down to the stripe. It's lap number 95 on the board this time by. It is still Michael McDowell in the lead. He holds on to the top spot. Look at now Noah Gregson. He's got a big burst of momentum alongside with Austin Cindric. And don't count out Todd Gilliland. His car looks really, really good on the outside lane. When will he get done pushing McDowell as McDowell goes to the lead? Gregson powers back on the inside in 2.
Middle lane starting to die out big time, but when will Elliott give the shove to Cindric, shove him up through the field, and get him back up here to the front? As now, here comes McDowell. He's on the top side. Gregson down on the bottom. Gregson gets a nose out ahead coming off of turn number 4.
And they work their way again back down to the corner. This time by, it's through 3 and 4. 3 wide now in the middle lane. Look at the push by William Byron, the defending 500 winner. He hooks up with Austin Dillon, and they're going to the front. Clearing by LaJoy, clearing by Bale, clearing by Reddick. There's a big push from Bubba Wallace also on the outside lane at 1.
Yeah, outside lane is straight up moving right now. As now you were seeing right there riding on board with Willie B. William Byron. He's mired back there around the 19th spot. Corey LaJoy, who led a couple of laps earlier on, he's up here mired back in this traffic. Kyle Busch trying to see if he could slide back up there and get him a Daytona 500 win in his historic racing career. Gregson still holds on to the lead. Cindric, Gilliland sitting second and third, battling it out. Here comes Ryan Priest down on the inside. Priest goes for the lead off 4.
And it looked like just for a second there was going to be contact as now Ryan Priest for RFK Racing powers down to the inside. He'll now look for the lead. Cindric powers along with Gregson. There are a couple of Fords battling for the top 3 in Daytona. Back into turn 1. Gregson with the outside lane. No, it's the inside lane. It's the middle lane. Somebody pick a spot. It's Priest now off 2.
Yeah, they can't make their mind up. Everybody going shuffling all around this 2.5-mile racetrack here at Daytona International Speedway. Priest's going to slide back. Bowman trying to get the shove to him. Now Cindric getting worn out from Chase Elliott. Now Gregson getting worn out from Michael McDowell. Here comes Ryan Priest. Goes clear. All clear. Ryan Priest with a run off 4. He takes the lead.
And you know, he made the announcement. He said, clear all around, and that's exactly what he's taking advantage of. And now it is Ryan Priest from Berlin, Connecticut, a man that cut his teeth and was competitive in the world of NASCAR's oldest touring car ever, Modifieds. He now runs in the NASCAR Cup Series. Ryan Priest leads in Daytona 3 laps to halfway.
But last year's runner-up, Alex Bowman, down on that bottom side, he's trying to get a little bit of love help as well. Here comes Priest, goes from the top, goes to the middle. Here comes Bowman down on the inside. Here comes Chris Buescher. He knows how to get it done here at Daytona as well. Bowman, Priest battling for the lead off turn 4.
Ryan Priest now with a push. Couple of laps to the cross flags, 5 miles from halfway. The race would be considered official, but we want to go the distance. As right now, Ryan Priest leads them. It is Cindric and Bowman. Look at now, Gregson battling back on the outside lane with a push by Elliott off 2.
And Priest still holding on to that middle lane. Bowman down on the bottom side. Here comes Buescher. Here comes Bell. Here comes Corey LaJoie trying to get up here. He's got himself up inside the top 10. Christopher Bell right here in the middle of this as well. Blaney there as well. Priest holding on to the lead. Cindric's going to shove him out completely clear. Cindric almost clear, but now he's going to be in a fight for the second spot. Priest better watch his back door. Here comes Bowman.
Here comes the field now, working off turn number 4. They'll come to the line. They'll see the cross flags next time by. 100 laps down, 100 to go. Second half of the 500 is going to be entertaining as the first 250 miles of the 67th Great American Race. Ryan Priest leads them. Lap cars are up ahead. It is Cindric and Bowman, followed by Buescher, Elliott, top 5, and they're 3 wide off 2.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting right there with that lap traffic. That is SVG, but he lifts, goes down below the double yellow line, lets everybody ease on by. Here comes Gregson, outside lane, Priest stuck in the middle. Here comes Bowman, just showman, Alex Bowman, down on the inside, going for the lead. Priest stuck in the middle, Gregson up top.
And right now, Ryan Priest in the top spot. He's in the middle lane. Bowman on the inside. So is Gregson on the outside. Cindric now throws his nose in the gunfight. He gets a push with Buescher. They go up the racetrack. They're halfway home. 100 down, 100 to go in the 500.
Biggest movers from the restart. Joey Logano up 17 spots. He's lucky that he got that caution. Got himself back up into this mix. Corey LaJoie up 11. Cole Custer up 5. Buescher's up 5 as well. Logano down on the bottom side for all you Joey Logano fans, riding in about the 18th spot. Right in behind Kyle Larson as they are thundering their way off of turn number 4. Priest still holds on to the lead, but Bowman fights back hard on the inside.
But it is for how long, though, my friend? It is now Ryan Priest throws the block up on the machine to Noah Gregson. Now it's going to open the door to Alex Bowman. Bowman to the bottom. He'll now power along with Austin Cindric. They're going to go down 3 wide. First 5, 6, 7 rows. All 3 wide up the 4 stories of 31 degrees of banking into 1 and 2.
Yeah, Bowman down on the inside, and there comes Cindric right there in the middle lane. Now Bowman's going to have a nose out ahead. Where will he go if he gets clear? Will he jump to the middle? Will he jump to the top? Or will he hang down there with Buescher? He's going to have a little bit of work if he wants to have to think about where he wants to go. As Cindric still holds on to the middle lane, he gets clear. Now here comes Bowman. Bowman fights back hard on the inside. Priest still trying to muster up the outside lane. As Cindric and Bowman once again off 4.
It is Alex Bowman now the new leader. Will they flip-flop, though? Here comes Ryan Priest on the outside. Contact between Bowman and Cindric. They were side by side as Jacob Reeves calls them door banging. And we're 3 wide with Priest up the middle again for the leading 1.
Well, we got some door banging going on here in the Daytona 500. Bowman, Cindric, and Priest just hoping neither one of them come up and collect him and collect the whole damn field. Elliott riding right in behind Austin Cindric off turn 2. Bowman still got the bottom. Priest still up top. Cedric, Elliott, they're trying to do it all by themselves. Brady, Suarez right behind them in the middle lane as Corey LaJoy, Christopher Bell, and Busher trying to help out Bowman is now once again almost door banging between Cedric and Bowman off turn 4.
In a race that's seen close to a 4-hour weather delay because of rain after lap number 11. Then a couple of laps, 10 laps or so more under caution. Finally, the green flag fell just after 6 o'clock Eastern, and we are now approaching 8 p.m. Eastern. 100 miles complete, 100 laps are completed, under 100 laps to go in the 500. It is Bowman and Cindric side by side. Meanwhile, they're 3 wide, but Elliott in the middle off 2.
Elliott's still stuck right in the middle, trying to help out the middle lanes, try to shove Cindric up through there and possibly try to break apart this all 3 wide all the way through the field. Back to 2 wide, back for the lead, going into 3. It's Bowman, it's Cindric. Priest trying to muster up a run on the outside by Michael McDowell, but Bowman got a nose out ahead all 4.
Right now, through the tri-oval, in the middle lane, Alex Bowman with a push throw down. Here comes Cindric. He's going to carry Elliott, Priest, and all those cars with him right now. On the outside lane, keep an eye on the number 60 machine. Ryan Priest back on the outside. He powers along with these guys off 2.
Yeah, Priest trying to get that outside lane mustered up once again. He's got the form of help of Noah Gregson. Gregson right in behind him. A couple of Fords trying to work together. Then the middle lane, you got a Ford leading it with a Chevy behind them. And then ironically enough, on the bottom side, you got a Chevy with a Ford and a Toyota lined up right behind them. A lot of manufacturers being represented right here at the front at Daytona.
And right now, 3 wide, still behind the top 2 cars side by side. Stride for stride as Busher now wants to make it a 3-car affair for the top spot on lap number 105. 25 remaining in stage number 2. 95 remaining in the 500 as they work into the corner. Bowman and Cindric door to door in the corner in 2.
Here comes Bowman back down on the inside. Cindric trying to hold on to that middle lane as well, waiting for that outside lane to fire back up with Ryan Priest. Noah Gregson pushes Priest, tries to shove him. Chase Elliott trying to do it all by himself in the middle lane. He got Cindric all clear for just a split second, but Bowman fights hard back on the inside as Elliott trying to get Cindric out ahead. Bowman not wanting to give it to him off 4.
And here they come down to the line. Let's give you your top 10 as they work lap number 106 completed. Working now 93 to go here in the 500. Austin Cindric is the leader. Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, Chris Busher, Daniel Suarez, Ryan Priest, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, Noah Gregson, the new top 10, and they're in 2.
And here comes Cindric now up on that top side. He's going to roll that middle and keep it right where he likes it. He loves it right there, Wesley Outland. And, folks, he loves it right there, right in front of that 9 of Chase Elliott. Bowman still down on the inside. He really loves working right there with Busher. And I'm sure Priest is probably just wanting to get the hell away from Noah Gregson because he has wore him out and almost put him in a wall a couple of times. Now they're 3 wide for the 4th spot. Priest slipping back. Cindric all clear off 4.
All clear off 4, but now Cindric now being showed as the new man, the new leader. How long will that hold on, though, for him as he works his way again back to the corner into turn number 1. Cindric in front. Elliott now with a big burst of momentum. Here comes also Alex Bowman, a couple of the Hendrick cars moving to 2nd and 3rd. Busher back to 4th and 2.
Big time moves going on with all that as Cindric still holds on to that lead. Elliott still trying to give the shove to him as well as now Ryan Blaney has got himself up here in the middle of all this. He's trying to figure out a way to get around Austin Cindric and Chase Elliott. Outside lane still died up there with Priest and Gregson and losing a lot of help right now. Cindric, Elliott, now Blaney, they're all clear off turn 4.
After 107 laps, Austin Cindric is the leader. There's been 13 different leaders of the 500, 28 lead changes, and 34 cars on the lead lap. Joey Logano won stage 1. He is now back in 18th, 19th position because of electrical issues. He is now back. At least Cindric car. Cindric leads. Elliott, Blaney, they're all right there with each other in 2 again.
Yeah, and that outside lane is just straight up dead from what we saw. Ryan Priest looked like he was going to be able to lead. He did lead a little bit here in the Daytona 500. He has already slid all the way back to the 13th spot. Gregson slid back there with them. All of that in the Hornet's Nest back there with Byron and also Hamlin. Cindric leads off turn 4 with Elliott, Bowman, Blaney, and Busher.
Austin Cindric in the front right now. He continues to lead the way. Right now, average speed 122.274 miles an hour. Last lap speed 192.748. And Austin Cindric has now got Elliott and Blaney. Watch now. Look at Hamlin start to get back in the battle with Logano. This is in the back of the top 15. Got to wonder, Jacob, if they're playing possum in the back.
Yeah, they might be playing possum, and a lot of them may be thinking that they may not be able to make it all the way to the end, Wesley. You know, granted, we had a little bit more than 45, give or take, laps to go when we took the green to get back going right here in stage number 2. So, be interesting to see if they'll be able to make it. But here we go. Elliott still sitting in second. He's still trying to chase Cindric.
Cindric in the lead. There you see now Chase Elliott now. And there goes Daniel Suarez now working into the top 5. He battles alongside Alex Bowman. Busher watches all this go on behind him. They're working their way off of turn number 2. And keep an eye. Here comes also Joey Logano starting to power back through the top 15.
Yeah, he's really starting to make some moves, and Daniel Suarez, who we talked about a second ago, started this race 38, has worked his way all the way up into the top 4, make that top 5. Here comes Bowman, here comes Busher, here comes Bell, inside lane trying to form up, try to get a run, and try to get something going, but Cindric still leads off turn 4.
Working their way down to the start-finish line. 111 of 200 laps completed. It is Cindric in the lead. Elliott in the whole packed house on a Sunday night for NASCAR 77th season opener. Works their way, watching the excitement under the lights after a weather delay. A race that was greeted with a visit by the president, Donald J. Trump, then weather delay, then a long delay, then racing got back going, and it has been fast and furious ever since then as we are after halfway. It is 19 to go in stage number 2. Cindric leads them. Elliott second. Now Bowman goes back to second. Elliott back to third. Busher, Blaney top 5. Bales, Torres, LaJoy, Reddick, and Larson now works to the top 10. Keep an eye also on drivers. Corey LaJoy, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin. They're hitting the go button. They know stage 2 is up for grabs with points in the quarter into 1.
Yeah, and don't count out Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back there, around the range of where Logano and Hamlin is back there around the 15th spot, but don't count him out. A past Daytona 500 winner, that being the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and the Sonny D Chevy. Up front, Cindric still getting wore out by Chase Elliott. Elliott's got his teammate Alex Bowman down there on the bottom side. Figured Elliott would probably jump down and go with Bowman, but he thinks different. He wants to stay right in between the two Penske cars, that's Cindric and Blaney.
It is Cindric in the lead. He's got Elliott right behind him, and we're now watching this happen with the longest green flag of the race, it seems now, Jacob Reeves. Cindric and Elliott right now with Blaney right there on the outside lane. He's got a big help with a push by Suarez, and we're about to start to see the third lane get started again. Here comes Todd Gilliland alongside Allgaier and Briscoe off too.
Gilliland up on the top side, trying to see if he can get a little bit of a love shot, riding right there around Eric Jones. Jones knows how to get it done here at Daytona, so we'll see how that ends up working out. Cindric still holds on to the lead. Elliott right behind him. Bowman still trying to get the shot down on the bottom side as Ty Gibbs up there trying to help out Todd Gilliland. Get this outside lane rolling off 4.
Trying to get something going with the outside lane. We saw how competitive and exciting the racing was earlier at the end of stage 1 when these guys got stacked up 3 wide. They're putting their decks on the line and they're ready to get their chips in line again. Here comes the Ponds working on the outside lane, led by Gilliland. Behind them also is going to be the machines of Kyle Busch. Also, Cindric and other ones watching all this in his rear view mirror as they thunder to the back straightaway.
Yeah, Gilliland still trying to get that love tap, get that shot, get that outside lane rocking and rolling. Middle lane still good with Cindric and Elliott. Bowman still down on the bottom side trying to get Busher to help him, but everybody's got their eyes locked with two monster cars, that being Gibbs and Herbst, trying to help out Todd Gilliland on the outside.
And somehow right now we see Denny Hamlin now hook up with the machine of Eric Jones. They're now on the outside lane. We're watching them work their way through the top 20 for 17th and 18th spot. Meanwhile, Alex Bowman getting around Austin Cindric. He'll go back to the lead at Daytona on lap number 115.
And a little bit of a stack up on the outside lane back there with Kyle Busch. Had to get out of the gas. Almost ended up running over another guy. Out on the bottom side, Bowman getting the shove from Busher. Bowman getting wore out, almost getting turned. Middle way down the back chute. Bowman's going to have a run. He's going to try to go to the lead. Bowman takes the lead going into 3 and 4. Cindric gets kicked back to second. Elliott trying to help Cindric back out off turn 4.
It is right now Alex Bowman, the leader. Austin Cindric is second. Busher now to the inside third. He is now powering alongside with the help of Suarez. It is now also Elliott in the battle. They're getting antsy. They're getting wild. They're working in turn 1.
Yeah, Elliott was in the middle. Now he jumps back up to the top side. Cindric still right in front of him, riding all the way up. On the high side, Tickler Kyle Strickler line. That being Austin Cindric. Bowman still rocking and rolling on the bottom side. Still got Busher behind him. And Daniel Suarez up here in this middle lane trying to get Tyler Reddick to help him out. Elliott, big shot. Literally cocked the hammer back, pulled the trigger, and just shot Cindric all the way to the front. He's going to lead off turn 4.
Real-time timing and scoring on Motorsports Mania shows Austin Cindric in the lead. Right now, he holds off Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez, and Alex Bowman. They're not done yet. We continue to see cars flip-flopping on the scoring pylon from the bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom, and they're not done yet on lap number 117. They're in turn 2.
Yeah, and this is not what the field wanted to see right here, folks. You didn't want to see the Penske cars end up hooking up right here with the likes of Austin Cindric and Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano not too far back. He may end up jumping up here and getting in the middle of this as well. Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Todd Gilliland in the 34. He's up here in the middle of it. It's the 3 wide for 5th coming off 4.
By the way, it was just announced that the game against the Cincinnati Reds and the Atlanta Braves at Bristol Motor Speedway will be live on Fox on August the 2nd. So that's pretty cool. You know, I'm a big Atlanta Braves fan, and Jacob, I know you are as well, being a Georgia boy. Right now, Austin Cindric is the man leading, the driver of the number 2, the winner of the Daytona 500 in 2022. He now holds on to the top spot of the back straightaway, but time is running out here in stage 1 or stage 2.
Time is running out, and they just slipped right by the number 38 of Zane Smith, who ended up having that little bit of right rear damage. Must have got it fixed, got him back out on the racetrack. Front 5, single file with the likes of Riley Herbst. How about the 35? That young man may end up having a shot in that 35 Toyota as Cindric leads off 4.
They'll be coming to the line this time by. It'll be 300 miles complete in the 500. Lap number 120, 300 miles down, and 10 laps remaining in stage 2. 80 laps left in the 500. It is Cindric the leader. For how long, though? Because it is getting antsy behind them in 2.
Yeah, and how about this right here? A couple of drivers moving up through the field. Eric Jones and Kyle Busch, who got caught up in that big one a while ago. Kyle Busch, that car must not be straight up too much torn up. Is Kyle Busch back up here inside the top 10? Denny Hamlin trying to make his way back up here inside the top 10. Coming this time, 10 laps to go off turn number 4, and Logano's rolling on the bottom trying to help us inside.
It's Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Gilliland, and Herbst now back into the top 5. We're at the top of the hour. Very quickly, we'll pause for 10 seconds of network identification. The Daytona 500 on the Community Radio Network, thanks to Motorsports Mania. Closing in on 80 laps to go in the 67th annual drive of the Daytona 500 from Daytona International Speedway. Our coverage on Motorsports Mania and simulcast on CRN. I'm Wesley Outland, Jacob Reeves alongside the Redneck announcer, of course, as well as Bigglestein Hopton working production. And it has been a good one since a over 4-hour rain delay stopped things earlier in the afternoon. There's just something, Jacob Reeves, about NASCAR under the lights, racing at night, and we're seeing Cindric continue to lead with 9 to go in stage 2.
Absolutely. It's been a daisy. It's been a dandy here tonight at Daytona, and they may end up wanting to get a little bit riled up back there around the Joey Logano area, back there around the 13th spot. They are 3 wide back there with Tyler Reddick, John Hunter Nemechek, and all others back there. Stedhouse, Corey LaJoie, last year's Daytona 500 winner, William Byron, stuck in the middle of this as well. Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Gilliland, Herbst, the top 5, then Jones, Bush, Allgaier, Bowman, and Suarez, top 10.
And right now, Austin Cindric continuing to hold on to that top spot. Blaney right there on the outside lane. He now gets a big push with Elliott. It's Gilliland now pushed on the outside, and here comes Tyler Reddick. Reddick's car in the top 15. He'll hook up with Gibbs. He'll hook up with Wallace and Suarez, and they're coming to the front.
Here comes Bowman down on the inside lane in the number 48 Ally Chevy with Hendrick Motorsports. Got Busher lined up right behind him. They've been working together for a good long while. Good long while right here in the Daytona 500. And that inside lane's working good. Joey Logano back up here after the electrical issues lined up with him. Bubba Wallace, Deadhouse, all of them trying to get this inside lane rolling. With coming this time, 7 to go as Bowman takes the lead.
Watching them work their way down to the tri-oval, here to the start-finish line. It is Bowman now, but 7 remaining here in stage number 2 here at the Daytona 500. Time to get those chess pieces in line, get your pawns in order to call checkmate on the field, because I got a feeling, Jacob Reeves, when the green flag flies for stage number 3 and under 70 to go, we will see some of the most frantic racing of the night here at the Daytona 500.
Absolutely, and you've had 2 stages to figure out who your beer buddies is going to be to get you all the way to the end of the Daytona 500, and who will they be? Good feeling Cindric may end up wanting to go with Blaney and Elliott, and Bowman may want to stick with old Chris Buescher. He's been wearing him out for a good portion right here at stage number 2, but Bowman, Cindric off 4.
It is again Bowman and Cindric off of that corner off of turn number 4. They work their way back down to the line. We continue to see all this racing transpire again. In the lead, it is Cindric. Bowman right there with him. So is Blaney. Elliott's now right there hanging in the top 5. So is Gilliland, and Logano back up into the top 5 as he works off 4.
I'm telling you right now, that electrical issue for Joey Logano might have just meant that car is just that damn fast, honestly. Maybe having that little bit of damage right there with the number 22. He is 3rd car in line, right behind Bowman and also right behind Buescher. Outside lane trying to advance. Cindric, Blaney, Elliott, Gilliland, Herbst, they're trying to go, but Bowman, Buescher, and Logano on the inside for the lead.
Whatever type of electronic issue Logano had, it is now by the wayside. He has worked his way back through the top 5. He's now alongside Chase Elliott, the defending Penske driver Joey Logano, the NASCAR champion of last year, now battling with 5 to go with the top dogs of NASCAR of Cindric and Bowman, Blaney and Buescher off 2.
Coming this time, 4 laps to go, and who's going to end up getting it done? Is Cindric still got the middle lane, got his teammate Ryan Blaney right behind him. Back in the back, looking 3 wide back there around the Justin Allgaier area. Middle lane jumps out ahead. Cindric jumps out ahead. Here comes Blaney. Blaney and Bowman, now they go for Cindric. For second, Cindric leads off turn 4.
And for just a moment as they work their way back to the tri-oval, it's going to be Cindric now carrying that momentum down to the inside of the racetrack. Blaney right there in tow to the outside lane, right elbow. Now Cindric pulls up in front of the leader. Now he pulls up in front of Blaney. Cindric on the outside lane. He now opens the door to Bowman and Buescher. Here comes Logano and even Bubba Wallace in the battle on the inside out of 2.
Cindric slides back up. Here comes Bowman down on the inside lane. Here comes Buescher. Here comes Logano. Here comes Wallace. Penske Racing has done an awesome job over the past couple of years. Obviously with Logano, with Blaney, and also with Cindric. Over the past 3 years, they have done miraculous things, and I'm sure they probably want to add to that resume, which is a Daytona 500 win here this evening.
And as they work their way to the line, 3 laps to go now in stage number 2 here in the 500. It is Cindric now in the outside lane with a big push behind him is Blaney. Then it's Elliott and Bowman. They're side by side for Hendrick Motorsports, but not for long. Bowman now leaves Elliott hung out to dry on the bottom lane. He wants to go after the leader, the deuce of Cindric in 2.
Yeah, I'm sure that for long, I mean, this may end up going for about another lap west of the Outland. This 2 wide. Eventually, it's going to go 3 wide. Somebody's going to make a move, try to shoot up here, get them a stage win or get them some stage points outside the top 10 like Kyle Busch, Christopher Bell, William Byron. A lot of them will probably be making some serious moves, at least on the next lap, if not on the white flag lap.
Big opportunities being made as Cindric now flashes up across the flag stand. He'll now lead the way to the stripe. It's now 2 laps to go, 5 miles remaining in stage 2 here in Daytona. And lap number 130 will be when the green and white checker will wave. It is Cindric now holding off the left elbow of Bowman. He's going to battle his side-by-side door into turn 2.
Boy, Cindric is very, very strong on that outside lane. Blaney is strong. Elliott is strong. Bowman very strong with Busher as well. And Logano was able to drive all the way back up through the field and put himself in contention to possibly get him a stage 2 win if all hell ends up breaking loose. Cindric leads off turn 4 with the help of Blaney.
And here they come, working off of turn 4 down to the triangle. That 18 degrees on the front straightaway, that 3,800-foot start-finish line greets the drivers. 1 more lap to go. Lap 130 on the board, and it is Cindric looking to try to win stage 2, or will it be somebody else up the making for the final time in stage 2 in Daytona?
Boy, Blaney had a hold down on the inside lane, could have jumped right down in front of Alex Bowman and probably popped out ahead and probably got the stage win, but he's going to stay loyal to his Penske Racing teammate. Maybe, maybe not. Blaney gets clear, gives a big shove to Cindric. He's going to look down to the inside, almost turns him in 3. Blaney jumps up. Cindric all by himself coming off turn number 4. Blaney and Bowman for second.
It's Herb Skilliland and Elliott pushing Ryan Blaney. Blaney's got the speed on the outside lane. Here they come to the line. Cindric does not have friends. Ryan Blaney's going to cross the line. He will win stage 2 as the caution flag flies to end stage 2 here in the Daytona 500. Ryan Blaney with the push there with friends helped him get the stage 2 win over his teammate Austin Cindric. Ryan Blaney, the 2023 Cup Series champion, will win stage 2 here at the Daytona 500.
Wow, what a move right there. I mean, I thought that was going to be very disastrous right there with Blaney jumping down to the inside trying to make that move. Cindric jumps down and blocks him, and then from there on, when they come off of turn 4, Blaney just had a huge shot from Chase Elliott, just shoved him around the outside lane. It wasn't nothing that Cindric could do. He just had to hold, he just literally had to hold his line and just hope that nothing ended up happening, and Blaney beats him out by just a fender at the line for stage 2.
And by the way, you want to talk about how important it is to get stage points. Ryan Blaney currently is leading the current point standings for the NASCAR Cup Series of 2025 here at Daytona. Obviously, as you know, in real time, NASCAR is showing those points. Ryan Blaney has a 14-point lead over Austin Cindric and Alex Bowman, who are right now tied. Chase Elliott, Joey Logano for 4th and 5th are tied with 16 back to Blaney, and Todd Gilliland behind in the top 5. So Jacob, obviously every lap counts, every position counts, every stage counts, and that's why Ryan Blaney went for it against his teammate of Austin Cindric.
Yeah, you never know if that 1 point's going to matter. Just that 1 playoff point. It can matter when we get to playoff time in the likes of September and October and even right there in November to try to make it to the championship 4 to go to Phoenix. So, these playoff points and everything else, it really means something. So these guys have really been pushing for it, throughout the years while this playoff system's been in play. But the one thing everybody's worried about is just to try to win, lock yourself into the championship, and also, or at least into the playoffs, lock yourself in, but more importantly, get you a Daytona 500 win here this evening.
All right, Jacob Reeves, I got a feeling now it's about to start to get good. It's about to get wild, no doubt. And we are about to see definitely probably some of the best racing we've ever seen in a long time in the Great American Race. Your thought on it?
I'm telling you right now, this is going to get good right here. This is going to be interesting. I said earlier, that if I had to pick one, I would say I believe it was Kyle Busch. I think I said Kyle Busch, and he has rebounded, got back into this. Obviously, my dark horse, Josh Berry, he's out of the race, 40 laps down. He's completely out of this bad boy. So if I had to go for another dark horse and not put the commentator curse on him, Todd Gilliland has straight up come out of absolutely nowhere. That 34 is very, very good. So my pick, Kyle Busch, he's still in this bad boy. Todd Gilliland could be the dark horse unless I end up causing him to crash because I'm picking him.
Hey, by the way, don't forget Motorsports Mania is your home for NASCAR. And if you want to show the schedule, Dean Hopton, for the upcoming season, if you have it available, obviously next week we will be at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Atlanta's Motor Speedway is where we'll be for next Sunday. And Jacob, I'll be honest with you, and you know that I like Atlanta. It's just like Super Speedway Daytona in Talladega. We're gonna have a fun-ass race at Atlanta next Sunday at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, absolutely. But, it is super speedway racing, obviously, Wesley Outland. But the big difference about it, obviously, it is shorter by a whole mile, and handling has to come into play at Atlanta now. Ever since the very first time in 2022, when the super speedway package and the super speedway track had been made, then there was so much grip. Now it's gotten to where the track's getting a little bit of age, it's starting to weather. That super speedway aspect is still kicking, but handling will come into play next week for the drivers at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, and obviously we see the upcoming schedule after Daytona tonight. We have the Atlanta Motor Speedway next Sunday, COTA, Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, coming up the first Sunday of March, Phoenix Raceway on the docket, and Las Vegas. There's your next 5 races for Motorsports Mania coverage of NASCAR. Hit the like and subscribe, and we thank you so much for watching. Jacob, I think we got to look at the stage points and where we're at right now with how many's got the most points. And as I mentioned, it is Ryan Blaney leading the NASCAR point standing so far in the opening Daytona 500. He also has the most stage points of everyone else as well.
Yeah, YRB really showing them how to do it right here. And probably going to show them how to do it as he ends up going into the pits as he leads everybody. Couple of guys staying out, probably go ahead and just try to get a lap on the field or try to get a lap back. But everybody coming down, 4 fresh tires, and Sunoco Racing Fuel going in each and every one of these cars after that long green flag run they had. Blaney's in, Cindric is in. Here comes Chase Elliott. He's going to come in. Couple of spots right behind Austin Cindric right there on pit road. Busher actually gets the very first spot coming into the pits, so he can go straight in and then cut straight out. The only problem is he's got to go all the way down the pit road before he can actually get to the line. But hey, I'd rather have the first stop or the last stop. That's what I would love to have. I wouldn't want to be in that cluster like everybody else is in.
Lap number 134 will be 335 miles in the 500, a race that obviously we saw a lot of hype, a lot of excitement leading up to the Daytona 500 and an early start time to try to beat the weather. Well, we got 10 laps completed, and then on lap number 10, weather interfered. It caused a red flag 2 times. One time for almost 3 hours and 10 minutes. The other one was a 21 or 20 minutes and 30-second red flag, almost 21 minutes. So after almost a 3-hour and 30-minute weather delay, 3.5 hours of dealing with red flag with weather, we finally got the green flag out. This race is now clean. 5 cautions, counting one here at the end of stage number 2. And again, Shane Van Gisbergen getting the free pass at the caution flag. Everybody just getting done with pit stops. And Jacob Reeves, we're ready now for the final shootout. 134 laps completed. We're in stage number 3 with 66 to go of the race and of the Daytona 500. 103 laps have been ran under green, 31 have been under caution. The driver currently on 33 cars are currently on the lead lap. 37 cars are running. 4 cars are out of the race. They include the drivers of Elio Castroneves, Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain, and A.J. Allmendinger. And Jacob, 37 cars on the racetrack, 33, as I mentioned again, on the lead lap. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, the only bad part about that, Wesley Outland, is there's still a whole lot of cars out there on the racetrack. That still opens the door for another big one, the multi-car accident that always happens, always seems to happen. Think back to the big one that happened last year, going into turn 3. I think it was coming around, I believe, around 3 to 5 laps left in the race, and then literally everybody just piles in. Slides right by and everything. I mean, just everybody gets involved in it. So there's still enough cars out there to cause a big one, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're not done racing yet, and I got a feeling we're probably not done wrecking yet either. So glad you're joining us on Motorsports Mania. Let us know who you're picking to win the Daytona 500. Who's your pick? Who you going for to win this race when it's all said and done, Jacob Reeves? Obviously, there's been some changes in some of your picks. Do you feel like you could still keep an eye on Kyle Busch? And obviously, who would be your dark horse now that Josh Berry is out of the equation?
Well, I mean, you know, I was saying Todd Gilliland would probably be my dark horse out of that one, really. I mean, you know, there's a couple of dark horses that, you know, you could really throw out there. Ty Dillon could be one. Ty Dillon's been up there at the front. I would say Chris Buescher, but Chris Buescher's not necessarily a dark horse per se. But, you know, I would say Todd Gilliland. And I'll tell you what, you know, if there's another dark horse, maybe even Noah Gragson to throw that number 4 out there, he could be a dark horse. But another one, you know, there's my 3 right there. Todd Gilliland, we'll throw him in there. Noah Gragson will be a dark horse. And give me Justin Haley in the 7. Okay. Justin Haley has won here at Daytona. Not the Daytona 500, but he has won a rain-shortened Daytona night race. I believe it was 2019.
2014. He actually won the Coke Zero, or at the time the Pepsi 400 at Daytona International Speedway. That was a race that actually got hit by weather on Saturday. It got delayed to a Sunday afternoon. And then they even still got hit by weather on Sunday afternoon, and the race got called just after halfway. And Justin Haley did pick up his first ever career NASCAR Cup Series win. Yep. Let me clarify, actually. It wasn't rain. It was lightning, Jacob Reeves, that caused the race to be called. It wasn't rain. It was lightning. There was a long lightning delay. If you remember, that was back in the time where the National Weather Service really strictly enforced the 30-minute lightning clock, and it seemed like every time the clock was about to expire, another lightning bolt would hit above the Daytona sky around the vicinity of the racetrack within 7 miles. And because of that reason, Justin Haley was given the win of the Pepsi 400, his first ever career win for the driver in the win from Winamac, Indiana. Justin Haley would love to win, though, the Daytona 500, the Great American Race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one race that Kyle Busch, or not Kyle Busch, but the other Busch brother, Kurt Busch, he looks back on and goes, really? I mean, you really got to bring that one up, because he was leading a race. Kurt Busch was leading that race at the time, but then he ends up making a pit stop because NASCAR was saying, we're going green. Well, he ends up going down pit road, lightning strike hits. Ended up costing him. Justin Haley was out front, and then bam, they ran out of time off of it. So Kurt Busch really doesn't want to talk about that particular race.
Yeah, you're exactly right, man. Obviously, former winners of the Daytona 500 are a dime a dozen, right? I mean, it means so much to win the Great American Race. We talk about, obviously, from the first time ever when Lee Petty won it back in 1959, winning the Daytona 500, to obviously all of the years of the past, and the names of the winners of the 500 put you in motorsports royalty. I really believe that if you want to make a ballot to put yourself in the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Jacob Reeves, you've got to win here at the Daytona 500, and obviously that's exactly what we're seeing. The names of the Pettys, 7-time winner Richard Petty, the most of anybody. That's why he's the king of NASCAR. You think of also the Benny Parsons. You think of Cale Yarborough. You think of the Allison family. You think of Bill Elliott. Elliott. You think of Darrell Waltrip. You think of Sterling Marlin. You think of Earnhardt finally winning in 98. You think of Jeff Gordon, a multi-time winner. Jimmy Johnson as well. And even if you win for your first-time career win, like Jamie McMurray winning in 2010, or Ryan Newman winning the 50th Daytona 500 in 2008. You think about, obviously, Trevor Bayne when he won in 2011. Big wins of NASCAR are made for a lot of first-time winners. Austin Dillon has won the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin, a three-time winner. There is historic names who have won the Great American Race. Jacob Reeves. There's also historic names of drivers that have not won the Daytona 500. Kyle Busch comes to mind. Rusty Wallace comes to mind. Mark Martin comes to mind. And the list goes on and on and on. It is the gauntlet to be able to try to hoist the Harley J. Earl Trophy, my friend.
Absolutely it is, and a couple of names that have not won the Daytona 500. Some in the field tonight is Kyle Larson. He is one of those drivers that has not won that Daytona 500. Very, very, I guess you could say storied career. I mean, he is young, but very storied career for Young Money. He's up here inside the top 10. He's got a shot to get him a Daytona 500 win here this evening.
We're ready to settle it here. 63 laps to go. Green flag in the air. The third and final stage of the 67th installment of the Great American Race. The Daytona 500 is back underway. On the outside lane, it's Ryan Blaney, but Kyle Busch running in his 20th 500, looking for the lead in turn one.
I picked to win it all here tonight. Kyle Busch on the inside lane, hooked up with another man that hasn't won the Daytona 500. That's Kyle Larson. The Kyle and Kyle show down on the bottom side, and Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney up on the top side. Blaney's going to get the shove from Wallace on the inside. Kyle Busch, he's got Kyle Larson right behind him. Chris Buescher lined up as well. Cindric Elliott, all of them working their way off turn four.
And they work their way to the line this time by. There'll be 60 laps to go in a couple more circuits, which means the final 150 miles just after 8:30 Eastern of the Daytona 500. Blaney now powers to the lead with the help of Bubba Wallace. Now he pulls out of line. Bubba Wallace to the outside lane, throws the block on Elliott. He's looking for the lead on Kyle Busch in two.
Where in the world? Bubba Wallace making a move, and Blaney's going to get kicked backwards. Here comes Kyle Busch down on the inside lane. Elliott's going to give the shove to Bubba Wallace. The McDonald's Toyota 2311 racing, rocking and rolling on that outside lane. He's going to jump down, try to jump down in front of Ryan Blaney. They're three wide all the way through the field, but here comes Kyle Busch on the inside for the lead.
You talk about Kyle Busch, who's in the 20th attempt of trying to win the 500. Bubba Wallace 2 times has been a runner-up of the Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace now leads the way on the outside lane. He's got Ryan Blaney on his inside. He gets a push from Cindric. Now Kyle Busch hung out to dry on the bottom in 2.
Elliott trying to see if he can give that shove and get that middle lane rolling the best that he possibly can. But here we go. Blaney still holds on to the lead. Bubba Wallace, he's going to flip-flop. Both of them flip-flopping, battling for the lead. Elliott still sitting in third. Cindric still trying to give the shove to Blaney. Elliott wearing out Bubba Wallace, and on the inside, Kyle Busch get wore out by Kyle Larson.
60 laps to go, 150 miles remain in the Great American Race. Now you set yourself up for a sprint, the same distance as they ran in the duels on Thursday night. Bubba Wallace won duel 1, Cindric won duel 2. He's back to 4th. It's Wallace the leader now in turn number 1.
Wallace still holding on to the lead. Elliott still right in behind him. Here comes Ryan Blaney stuck in the middle. Now Kyle Busch going to jump down to the bottom side. 3 wide for the lead off turn 2. Wallace up top. Blaney in the middle. Kyle Busch down on the bottom side. Big time stack up on the inside lane. Kyle Larson trying to get the shove to Kyle Busch. Doing it all by themselves. Buescher dropping back. He's going to try to get back to him as Kyle Busch with almost a whole car length almost clear over Ryan Blaney off turn 4.
And they work their way coming off of turn 4, and we are already 3 by 3 again, 9 rows deep. Wallace with his Toyota Camry powers on the outside lane for 2311. He leads the way. Elliott now with a push behind him. It is Blaney in the middle lane. Kyle Busch with no friends on the inside left, hung out to dry in turn 2.
And here comes Wallace on the outside lane, getting the shove from Chase Elliott. Now Blaney trying to hold on to the middle lane. Cindric right in behind him. Larson still trying to help out Kyle Busch all that he can. Meanwhile, throughout the field, they are 3 wide all the way through it. Jimmy Johnson back here in the middle of this. Willie B back here in the middle of this. Also, Christopher Bell, Justin Allgaier, all of them 3 wide off turn 4.
Got to give props to Justin Allgaier, by the way, the Junior Motorsports Cup Series debut with the defending Xfinity Series champion, his Chevrolet on the lead lap, Jacob Reeves, and in the top 20. What a job for the driver, of course, from Riverton, Illinois, doing a phenomenal job for Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kelly Earnhardt, Miller and company. Bubba Wallace leads the crowd. Some cheers, some boos. The McDonald's Toyota is up in front, and he is looking to win the Great American Race.
Yeah, but he's got a whole list of characters trying to figure out a way to find out and get around him. Blaney's going to get kicked back a little bit. Here comes Kyle Busch down on the inside lane. Elliott still trying to roll with Bubba Wallace. Meanwhile, still 3 wide all the way through the field. Kyle Busch getting a run down on the inside. He's going to take the lead.
He will go to the lead for how long, though? Kyle Busch now powers back. He's in the bottom of the racetrack. Blaney will, of course, continue to fight with him for that position as they work their way up the bank to get into turn number 1 and 2. Now look at Busch. Busch now gets some friends finally. It's Buescher and Jones on the inside, giving him a push on Blaney in 2.
Yeah, Kyle Busch has got a serious big-time jump right here. Kyle Larson trying to wear out Kyle Busch as well. Kyle and Kyle show with Chris Buescher and also Eric Jones right behind them, but the top side has been hooked up big time with Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott. Austin Dillon up here in the mix as well, and Chase Briscoe, Pole Award winner, was relevant there in stage 2. He's up here trying to get up here to the front.
And what a strong effort now being made by Blaney with the help of Cindric. Now teammates for Penske pushing each other in line again. Look out behind you. Here comes Hendrick on the left and right elbow of Cindric's car. So is Busch. He's got Larson. He's got also Chase Elliott up on the top side. And look at this 3-wide sandwich. It is a storm brewing, a snake's patch, if you will, to the back straightaway here at Daytona.
Yeah, this is when it gets scary right here when there's so many cars, all of them crammed up together right here, going around the 2.5-mile super speedway that is Daytona International Speedway. Blaney with a nose out ahead, almost clear of Bubba Wallace. Will he hang his teammate out? Nope, he's going to stay in the middle lane. Wallace gets a run off turn 4.
What a phenomenal job by Bigglesdean Hopton, our buddy up in Brisbane, Australia, working on the graphics and the design and timing and scoring in real time from NASCAR statistics. Right now, it is Bubba Wallace in the lead. Here comes a lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, a lot of do-si-doing. Becomes aggressive. It's Blaney now, powers back around Wallace for the lead. There are a couple of friends off the racetrack. They're rivals now here in the 500.
Yeah, and they better watch their back door because obviously the veteran down on the inside lane, Kyle Busch with another veteran of Kyle Larson. Here comes Blaney. He gets a shove. Cindric shoves Blaney all the way up, but that's going to hurt the middle lane. They are very disorganized. Blaney all clear coming off turn 4 with the lead.
Working through turn number 4 down to the tri-oval. It is Ryan Blaney now being showed as a new leader, but Bubba Wallace is right there in tow. 19 thousandths of a second at time and scoring on lap number 147. Closing in on the final 125 miles and 50 laps of the Daytona 500. Now Wallace under attack by Blaney. Kyle Busch goes to the inside, and we're 3 wide again for the lead.
3 wide once again for the lead, and Bubba Wallace getting worn out once again from Chase Elliott. The Kyle and Kyle down on the bottom side, and Blaney and Cindric still stuck in the middle. Jimmy Johnson, 7-time up here in the middle of this as well, right in front of Willie B. William Byron, still 3 wide for the lead off 4.
And here they come, working now through the tri-oval, back to the stripe. It is Wallace now. Nope, it's Blaney to the line. Going at it as we hit the final home stretch of the Great American Race. It is lap 148 on the board. Blaney now holding on to the top spot, but Wallace, Elliott, Cindric, Dillon, hot pursuit as they work off two.
Wallace still up on that top side. Blaney's still stuck in the middle. And Kyle Busch still down on the bottom side, trying to get it going, figure out a way to be able to make them a Daytona 500 champion and put themselves in the history books. Blaney, about a half a car length out ahead. Inside lane starting to die off. Is now the middle and the top starting to look good. It's Wallace and it's Blaney for the leadoff four.
What an unbelievable move again by these guys as they work their way back to the stripe. The racing continues on, and it is big, fast, furious, hot, heavy. Look at now, Busch. The inside lane just can't go, Jacob Reeves. He seems like he's getting hung out to dry lap after lap.
Yeah, but he may end up getting a little bit of love right here on this middle lane as he's going to have another Chevy jump down to the inside. Wonder if any of you has heard of him. Last season's Daytona 500 champion, William Byron, jumps down to the inside of Kyle Busch. He's going to try to help out the inside lane. He's going to try to get the lead at the Daytona 500. Wallace has got it, but by a car length. Blaney's still stuck in the middle. Here comes Willie B. William Byron, door-to-door Wallace off four.
It is not easy to be a repeat winner of the Daytona 500. Richard Petty did it in 73 and 74. Then Kel Yarborough did it in 83 and 84. Then Sterling Marlett didn't do it until the 90s in 94 and 95. And since then, nobody else has been able to repeat until 2019 and 2020 when Denny Hamlin did it. Since then, now, what is that? 4 or 5 drivers that are repeat winners of the Great American Race? It's hard to do, Jacob Reeves, but William Byron of the 24 is leading. Not for long, though. It's Wallace and Blaney battling back in 3 with the help of Elliott on the outside.
Yeah, now Wallace is going to see if he can try to jump down. No avail. 3 wide once again for the lead. Byron on the bottom. Blaney stuck in the middle. Here we go. Wallace with another run off turn number 4 coming to the strap. 3 wide for the lead again. Picture perfect screenshot.
50 laps to go here in the Great American Race. We are in the final stage of the Daytona 500. Along with Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland. 150 laps down, 50 laps to go. And you are settling yourselves into the final 125 miles, the final quarter, if you will, Jacob, of the Great American Race. Is right now Wallace leads on the outside. Push now from Cindric to his teammate Blaney. Byron now hung out to dry. He has no friends. Kyle Busch nowhere in sight. Neither is Kyle Larson. That's the only Hendrick teammate he's got because Chase Elliott is pushing Wallace, the 2311 car, to the lead as they work to the line with 49 to go. To the stripe, 3 wide.
Yeah, still 3 wide as now Wallace is actually going to be able to maybe get clear. Which buddy will he go with? Will he go with Elliott or will he go with Blaney? As now Byron, he's going to fire back hard on the bottom lane rather. Right behind Cindric and Blaney, you got honestly, I was going to say Triple J, but 7-time Jimmy Johnson has got up here. He does a thing or two about racing these cars in the NASCAR Cup Series. 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, won a couple of Daytona 500s. He knows how to get it done. He's mixing it up with these boys up here for the lead as Kyle Busch tries to help Blaney on the inside.
On a race that's going on close to now 3 hours in race time, 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 20 seconds, with the exception of that 3.5-hour weather delay of the Daytona 500 being under red flag. We now settle in on the final 50 laps. It is Ryan Blaney, the leader. Not for long. Bubba Wallace powers back to the lead. It's Ryan Blaney now second. It is Chase Elliott third. Then it's going to be Kyle Busch, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, Jimmy Johnson, Kyle Larson, Chase Briscoe, the top 10. Not for long, though. The pylon's going crazy as the cars flip-flop positions. Heading to you, Jacob, in turn 3.
Yeah, they are all over the place. Whatever position that they're in, 5 seconds later, they're probably in a different position officially. Here we go. On the bottom side, Byron trying to hook up. He's got, I believe that is Kyle Busch right behind him. Yes, it is. The Penske boys right in the middle. And Wallace and Elliott up top, 3 wide at the line.
3 by 3 by 3 by 3. It has been a full moon for the last couple of nights here in Florida at Daytona. You got a feeling the bad moon is on the rise. Here comes now drivers working top, bottom, middle, trying all they can to power their way to get into finish mode of the Daytona 500. It is Wallace up on the outside lane. He's got a push with the help from Elliott. It's Blaney hung out to dry on the inside. He gets help from Cindric, and bottom of the racetrack, Chase Elliott. Now, correction, Kyle Busch, nowhere to be found, Jacob, as they work down 3 and 4, coming to the line.
Yeah, Kyle Busch has got to get to the back end of William Byron, try to get this shove, try to help him out a little bit. His big shot right there, but as Blaney jumps down right in front of his teammate Austin Cindric. Willie B. William Byron still going to get this inside lane rolling. Outside lane is looking fantastic right now with the likes of Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott. Blaney with the nose out ahead. Here comes Byron. Here comes Kyle Busch off turn 2.
3 wide to the back straightaway. Now Bubba Wallace now with a big burst of momentum. Got some lap traffic up ahead. That's Zane Smith, the driver of the Speedy Cash Ford. Powers to the inside of the double yellow line. Says, have at it, boys. They race on. Ryan Blaney now leads them again, working off of turn number 4. Coming down to the line. It is 45 laps to go in the Great American Race. Lap 154 goes on the scoring pylon, and William Byron battles back with Wallace on the outside. Blaney in the lead for the lead. He's in the middle going to 1.
Yeah, I mean, he is ready. I mean, he is right now in a bad spot, if you want to know my opinion. I never liked racing in the middle lane on iRacing, honestly, Wesley Outland. So he's in a pretty much kind of a weird spot, but he's got his teammate right behind him. Both of them trust one another, and that's what you got to have, those beer buddies that you can trust. Willie B. William Byron still down here on the bottom side. He's still got Kyle Busch lined up with him. Austin Dillon in the 3 up here on this top side trying to shove Chase Elliott, and Bubba Wallace trying to get him clear, but it flip-flops every single time. Inside, middle, and top off turn 4.
Closing in on 400 miles into the 500 on lap 160. We're right now on lap number 153 of 200. Ever since we had the weather delay at lap number 20, Jacob Reeves, we have been full song running the Great American Race. It is Bubba Wallace in the lead. Can he win the Daytona 500? He's been a runner-up a couple of times through the years. Right now, Blaney, his friend, right there racing with him. All of this going on as they thunder into turn 3.
3 wide for all they can right there. They were 3 wide for the lead. Bubba Wallace gets kicked back a little bit. Now the middle and the inside lane start to prevail. Here comes Blaney. Here comes Byron. Kyle Busch right in behind Byron as they hit the line 2 wide. Here comes Wallace making it 3 wide.
And it is now William Byron with a big push down on the inside of the racetrack. Powers alongside the right elbow of Mr. Ryan Blaney. Look at now also the machine of William Byron. We're 3 by 3 by 3, and we're not done yet. 9, 10 rows, 30 cars, 3 wide. Anybody can win the 500. They're all thundering to the back straightaway.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can win it, and you can straight up lose it right here in all of this 3-wide chaos that we're seeing here tonight at Daytona. Wallace, Blaney, they go for the lead. Down the inside, Byron trying to get the shove from Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott is up top. Cindric right in behind Blaney off turn 4.
Working through turn number 4 to the tri-oval. It is Bubba Wallace making the outside lane work. Look at now, Kyle Larson hooking up behind Kyle Busch and William Byron. That's the inside lane. He started the race, Kyle Larson, in 30th. He is now in 11th. We said keep an eye on the number 5 Chevrolet of Kyle Larson. He's never won the Daytona 500, Jacob Reeves. He now tries to show his strengths here as we close in on the final 100 miles of the Great American Race of 2025.
Yeah, Kyle Larson could be one of those guys that could really be a shocker, Wesley Outland. You know, I hate to put it that way for young money, but Kyle Larson's never been really good at super speedway racing. He straight up hates these damn places. I mean, he's never been good at Talladega. You know, he's never been good at Daytona neither. So, he's really been that mile and a half kind of guy, that being Kyle Larson. So this will be interesting. It'd be pretty cool to see Kyle Larson win the Daytona 500 just because he hates this kind of racing. And he has been up here inside the top 10 most of the race, as we're 3 wide once again for the label Wallace, Blaney, and Byron.
Yeah, we'll watch this one more time as they work their way coming down to the line. This time by, it's going to be 400 miles completed, 100 miles to go in the Daytona 500 when they come back to the line. The racing has been exciting. It has been frantic. It has been intense. All of this now leading up to the home stretch of this race as we continue to see this all happen in real time. Unbelievable, Jacob Reeves, as we hit to the home stretch of the finish of the 500.
Yeah, we still got a long way to go, and short time to get there, if you want to put it that way, with the lyrics of Jerry Reed from Smokey and the Bandit, but still a long way to go right here with 40 to go right here, as Wallace still holding on right now to that lead with Blaney in the middle and Byron still down on the bottom side. Elliott's been wearing out Bubba Wallace as well. And, your beer buddies is basically at this point wherever you can find them, unless you're Cindric and you're Blaney and your teammates. Maybe the bottom side with the Chevys, but up top, Elliott's got nowhere else to go. He loves that high side, but he's got to work with the Toyota of Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, we're continuing to watch all this happen here in real time as the laps continuing to tick away. All of this racing going on has become very exciting. It's become very intense as we move into the home stretch. All the while, the leaders work their way across the stripe. We're going to step away and take a very quick break. When we come back, the finish of the Daytona 500. Stay with us here on Motorsports Mania.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
The Great American Race on Motorsports Mania, the Daytona 500 is down to its final under 40 laps to go. Under 100 miles remaining. I'm Wesley Outland, Jacob Reeves, the redneck announcer, alongside Beaglestein Hopton on production. By the way, we did lose time in scoring from NASCAR for just a moment, but it is back up and going again. And Jacob, there you see it. Bubba Wallace on pit road, exiting pit road. His Toyota leads the Great American Race as we are in the home stretch of the 500, sir.
Yeah, that was a very, very close little race they had right there coming off pit road, but it looks like that Bubba Wallace was able to beat them all off of pit road. Very, very close between those drivers. And Wesley, I got to tell you, I mean, we saw 3 wide. It was getting crazy, but this right here is going to put them in the fuel window by a mile right here. This is going to be, they're going to be foot to the floor at your back door. They're going to be going right here, full send right here. Nobody's going to be saving any fuel. You can make it. Between 40 and 44, like I was saying, 40, 45 laps. 37 to go. It'll be give or take maybe 35, give or take when they get back green. They ain't nobody saving anything. It's the Daytona 500. Everybody's going to be sending it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it, my friend. It is go time now. By the way, there has been 14 leaders of this race for 164 laps. 35 laps, or 35 cars are on the racetrack running. 26 cars on the lead lap. Actually, now some cars going to get back to 31 cars on the lead lap. 1 car is behind the wall. 5 cars are out of the race. There has been a total of 164 laps ran. 36 to go, as I mentioned, in the third and final stage, Jacob Reeves. 128 laps have been ran under green, 36 under caution. And again, the leader of the race now is Austin Cindric. But obviously, 6 cautions of the race. This last one has been, again, for debris in turn number 1. Jacob, I got a feeling we better batten down the hatches. It's about to be go time to determine the winner of the 67th rendition of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wesley, I was talking about bar fights a while ago, and folks, if you've ever watched an old Western, back in the days where they used to have those bar fights or whatever in the saloon, where there was about maybe 20, 30 people just basically slugging it out. That's basically what you're going to see right here for 35 laps here in the Daytona 500. Cindric, Wallace, front row, and then right behind them, you're going to have Blaney and Byron. Then behind them, Kyle Busch in that 20th attempt to win the Daytona 500. And Chase Elliott, the most popular driver for the past 7 years, he's going to be right there, that top 6. So a lot of guys right there, a couple of them that's won the Daytona 500, but most of them have not right there in that top 6. I got a feeling we could be seeing history here tonight, Wesley Outland, with new drivers, not necessarily a new driver, but a new Daytona 500 champion that's never won it. I got a feeling we're going to see it here this evening.
When could friendships go out the window, and when could we see, if you will, somebody upset another driver to try to win the Daytona 500, the Great American Race, because they want their name on the edges of the Harley J. Earl Trophy, making history to win the 500?
Well, I think the friendships is going to be okay, at least for right now, but I think once it gets down to maybe about 2, maybe within the last 5 laps, I would say 5 to go, might be when people's going to start shipping one another, hanging people out to dry. I would say probably about 5 to go. It may go farther, but I guarantee you this, it gets down to the white flag lap, your friends are at the damn window. We're going for it, and they're going to go for the win.
It'll be 35 laps to go when the field comes back to the Geico restart zone. The green flag is about to fly. It is go time to determine who wins the Daytona 500 of 2025. Into the nighttime, pace car, that beautiful Chevrolet SS Blazer is on pit lane. Green flag with 35 cars officially on the lead lap. Anybody could win. It's Cindric and Wallace side by side as they work into turn 1.
And Blaney down on the inside lane, helping his teammate Austin Cindric. Bubba Wallace, big time side drafted all over the right rear of Austin Cindric. Wallace getting the help from Byron, also from Chase Elliott, also from John Hunter Nemechek. Haven't talked about him all race long. He's now found his way up here inside the top 10. And Brad Keselowski up here in this as well. Wallace is going to get clear. He's going to go to the lead. Jumps down right in front of Austin Cindric. Now the Hendrick cars of Willie B and Chase Elliott up top.
Under 100 miles to go, now 34 remaining here in the 500. It is Wallace leading, Byron and Cindric, who are former winners of the 500 the last couple of years, right there with each other in tow. Then it's Blaney and Elliott. They've never won the 500, and neither has Kyle Busch on the inside in his 20th attempt. He's down to the inside in row 3 on the bottom in turn number 2.
Yeah, and I can already see it, Wesley. None of these guys are saving. Everybody's side drafted on that inside lane, trying to help that outside lane advance the best that it can. Outside, big time outside lane, starting to move. Here comes Todd Gilliland. Chase Elliott jumps up in the top lane, jumps up in front of Todd Gilliland. Outside lane formed up big time right now. Willie B jumps up. Bubba Wallace tries to jump up. It's Cindric leading off forward.
Oh, and by the way, Chase Elliott has never won the Daytona 500 either. He started this race in 17th, stage 1. He was 11th, third at the end of stage number 2. Right now, he is in 8th as he knows it's go time. Car at the bottom of the racetrack. That's Ty Dillon. He gives plenty of room to the leaders as Cindric powers away in 2.
And here we go. Cindric down on the bottom side with Ryan Blaney, with Kyle Busch in the middle lane. John Hunter Nemechek jumps up from the middle, goes to the top, jumps up in front of Bubba Wallace, leaves Tyler Reddick stuck in the middle lane. Cindric going to power away. He's going to try to grab a hold of the lead and hold on to it as Wallace and Hunter Nemechek, they're going to try to go. Nemechek on the outside while Wallace and Cindric leads up forward.
And right now, they work their way coming down to the line, this time by 33. Now make it 32 laps remaining. It is now Austin Cindric. His car's been so damn strong here today in the 500. He's down to the inside. His teammates, Ryan Blaney, right behind him. He won stage number 2, leaving Cindric out to dry. Kyle Busch now, the Zone Winner Chevrolet for Richard Childress, is up to 3rd on the inside out of 2.
Yeah, and he's got no Chevy help. Actually, yes, he does.
He's got Austin Dillon.
His teammate, Austin Dillon, right behind him. Austin Dillon trying to help out. And then a couple of Toyotas right behind him with Riley Herbst and Christopher Bell. John Hunter Nemechek trying to keep the middle lane rolling. Outside lane is straight up dead, led by Bubba Wallace, but it's Cindric and Blaney off turn 4.
And they work their way back to the tri-oval. That's 18 degrees. Very sharp front straightaway. The tri-oval at 3,800 feet long. Now they thunder back across into turn number 1. The leader is Cindric. It is now Blaney. It is Busch. It is Dillon. It is Bell. It is Herbst. They're all single file on the bottom double yellow line. Everyone else behind them, 2 and 3 wide, led by John Hunter Nemechek and Hamlin off 2.
John Hunter Nemechek trying to get rolling. Tyler Reddick right behind him. Outside lane trying to advance, led by Bubba Wallace and also William Byron, Chase Elliott, and Todd Gilliland up on the top side. Bottom lane, all of them single file all the way back to Riley Herbst. John Hunter Nemechek trying to advance this middle lane. Cindric, Blaney, Busch, Dillon, and Bell.
When do friends become frenemies? When do you find your teammate? Or when do you hang them out to dry? We saw what happened with the Penske family of Cindric and Blaney at the end of stage 2. Blaney got a push from someone else to get around Cindric to win that second stage. And right now, it is all Penske leading 1 and 2. Busch and Dillon, that's RCR. Then it's Joe Gibbs, by the way, in 5th and 6th. You can't make this stuff up right now, Jacob Reeves.
No, you really can't. And I will be watching right here in this bottom lane, 3rd and 4th with Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon. If that middle lane does get up there and starts to make some headway, I expect to see the RCR cars to try to jump into the middle lane and try to get around these Penske guys. I'm looking for that as now that middle lane led by 3-time Daytona 500 champion Denny Hamlin leading in the middle lane right in front of John Hunter Nemechek. They're still 3 wide, backing off one another coming off of turn 2.
Nobody has left the reservation here at the Daytona International Speedway. This place is still packed as we're approaching 9 p.m. Eastern time now. Under 30 laps to go. It is Cindric the leader. It's Blaney 2nd, Kyle Busch 3rd. They're all single file, and no one is jumping out of line until you get them rocking and rolling in the top 10 with Nemechek, Hamlin, and Bowman off 4.
Yeah, and Hamlin jumps up, and he's going to jump right in front of his car, which is Bubba Wallace, driver for 2311 Racing, the team that Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan own. Now Stenhouse Jr. has got up here in the middle of this as well. Jumps right up in front of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin goes from the top, jumps back down in front of John Hunter. Now Stenhouse, he's going to go to the bottom side. Hamlin's going to go up top. Here comes John Hunter Nemechek trying to help as well as front five, single file, but everybody else wrestling for real estate going into turn 3.
Denny Hamlin trying to become a member of the 4-time Winners Club of the Great American Race. I don't think anybody's ever done it in a while. Last time we watched this happen, Richard Petty, the most Daytona 500 wins of any of them all, with 7 to the line. It is Cindric trying to get his second 500. He won it back in 2022. Blaney has never won the 500. He sits on the inside, followed by Kyle Busch in his 20th try. Austin Dillon, a former winner of the 500. He now looks in front. Remember, Austin Dillon, Jacob Reeves, won the Daytona 500 20 years after the day Dale Earnhardt won the 500 when he tried it his 20th time in 1998.
Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting to see Kyle Busch at his 20th time with RCR, mind you, in the number 8, fame number 8 that was ran by Dale Earnhardt Jr., who has a car in this series here tonight in the Daytona 500 in his first Cup Series start. Wesley, you really can't make up the numbers right here. I feel like the numbers are towards Kyle Busch here this evening at Daytona with 26 laps to go. Kyle Busch sitting in third, his teammate right behind him. I'm thinking, like I said, that middle lane gets up here, them RCR cars, they're going to make a run to try to either go to the middle or go to the top and have a run to get around these Penske cars.
Besides Richard Petty, that has 7 Daytona 500s, there's only one other 4-time winner of the 500. Jacob, can you take a guess who it is?
You put me on the spot.
Yarborough.
Cale
Yarborough. He is a 4-time winner. If Hamlin could win this race, he would tie with Cale Yarborough as a 4-time winner of the 500. Right now, 25 to go. Jacob, did you ever think 4 or 5 hours ago we'd be running the Daytona 500 right now?
Absolutely not. I figured they would have called it and then it would have ran tomorrow, honestly. But I'll say this, the weight has basically, we're getting a treat out of the weight that we're seeing right here, right now. Even Corey LaJoie got up there and led him some laps in the 01 Duramax Ford. He's up here on the outside of Eric Jones, right here on the inside of the top 10. And biggest movers from the restarts, or since the restart, has been Eric Jones and also Corey LaJoie up here in that mix with Stenhouse, Allgaier, Gregson, and Bowman. So, boy, this is good. This is going to be a good one right here at the end of this thing. I just hope everybody's able to finish. I just hope we don't see a whole lot of tore up cars when this thing's all said and done.
Under 25 remaining, and it's now Austin Cindric. This man has been a Pied Piper all day long in the 500. When it counts the most, he's still up there. Ryan Blaney back to second, followed by Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, all these cars on the bottom of the racetrack. Christopher Bell, Riley Herbst, Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, Mr. Jones, Eric Jones, all these cars inside on the double yellow line. LaJoie and Stenhouse and Reddick trying to get something going on the outside of the top 15 that goes on into 1.
Yeah, they're trying to get something going, trying to get something mustered up. Bubba Wallace-Meyer back in all kinds of traffic back here with Kyle Larson, William Byron, and also Chase Elliott, all of them trying to figure out a way to try to slice and dice and shoot up through the field. Cindric still holds on to the lead. Ryan Brady still sitting in second. The RCR tandem of Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon back here battling for third and fourth, sitting there respectively. But here comes Corey LaJoie in the 01. Right behind him, you got Stenhouse, a previous Daytona 500 winner back in 2023. Outside lane rolling as LaJoie leads them on the outside.
And Jacob, you know how good Corey LaJoie is when it comes to super speedways. What a tremendous opportunity for the driver driving for Rick Ware Racing, Jerry Kelly, the crew chief, Rick Ware Racing, Rick Ware, the car owner, and this amazing opportunity for Corey LaJoie. If he could get up here and make some noise in the 500, he's been snake bit many times at the home stretch, even at Talladega, and even where we're going to next week, Atlanta. Right now, we're 3x3 behind the leader with Cindric still leading in the corner.
Yeah, and Joey Logano right here smack dab in the middle of all that with also your pole sitter, Chase Briscoe. All this going on just outside the top 10. Bubba Wallace trying to line up with his car owner, Denny Hamlin. But they have got cars all over the place right smack dab in front of them. Also, Tyler Reddick getting the shove from Cole Custer in the middle lane. Up front, Cindric still holds Bay. Blaney still holds as well. On the way back to Bowman and Eric Jones. But after that, it is it is literally a slugfest back here outside the top 10 off 2.
Anybody could win this race. We're 450 miles remaining. Is only 50 miles left. 20 laps to go. Now down to your Saturday night short track race here in the Daytona 500 as Cindric now leads them off at turn number 4. The top 8 are single file. Everyone else in a stalemate. They can't get the outside lane to work either, Jacob, as they come to the line.
No, they really can't. And there you saw Stenhouse actually jump up to the top side, try to block some advance in the form of Joey Logano rolling on this top side lane. Here comes Eric Jones. He's going to fire back on the inside lane with help from Chase Briscoe. Now, Sonny D trying to get it going. That being Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Corey LaJoie. LaJoie actually jumped back down in front of Eric Jones. They are trying to figure something out back there, but the problem is, Wesley Outland, nobody's committed to trying to stay with somebody and committed to trying to help one person, and everybody just stays single file. If they can stay single file on the outside lane, I got a feeling they could get the Cindric and company up front.
Under 20 laps to go as the field now comes 3 wide to the line. It is now Ricky Stenhouse battling with, of course, also the battle of Briscoe and Suarez. We're at the top of the hour. Very quickly, we'll pause for 10 seconds of network identification. This is the NASCAR Daytona 500 on CRN, presented by Motorsports Mania Network. It is go time in the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Under 20 laps to go. Cindric, the 2022 winner, continues to lead the fray. It is his teammate Ryan Blaney right behind him, and Kyle Busch looking for his 20th attempt to win the 500, back to third. Austin Dillon, who won it in 2018, fourth, and Christopher Bell right now the top 5 lap machine on the inside as again more cars get out of the way. They race on. Ty Dillon into turn number 1.
Oh boy, Noah Gragson slides up the hill. He's going to end up getting shipped to the middle lane. Here comes Bowman. Bowman's going to shoot down on the inside. He's got Justin Allgaier, Daniel Suarez lined right up with him. Gragson slipped a little bit going into 1, and they took advantage of it. Now they're going to stick Gragson smack dab in the middle. Outside lane prevailing big time with Corey LaJoie and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They've got all the way up to the door of Austin Dillon. They may get up to the door of Kyle Busch before it's all said and done off 4.
It is amazing how he hung him out to dry, and then they get antsy again as Stenhouse gets sideways. Alongside his left elbow is Riley Herbst. They don't care. They know it is go time to determine the winner of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. It is LaJoie in the middle lane now. All this moving up the outside. Here comes Noah Gragson around Logano, around Bowman as they work the back straightaway.
And Logano still trying to lead the outside train. Now LaJoie trying to lead the middle train. Got Stenhouse lined up right behind him. And also now Logano, he's going to get kicked to the top side. He had John Hunter Nemechek lined right up behind him as LaJoie still wanting to lead this middle lane. He wants some help, but he's got to find a whole lot of people that trust him.
Friends, you gotta have them. Friends, you gotta need them. Lyrics of a famous song from a Friday After Next in the 3rd edition of that funny movie. It is Cindric now leading the way, but for how long? Here comes a big burst of momentum. Pushed by Stenhouse. Here comes Corey LaJoie to the outside of the leader, Brady off 2.
Here comes Corey LaJoy down to the inside. He's going to try to side draft, try to pull Kyle Busch back, try to pull Ryan Blaney back. God help, it's Stenhouse. Stenhouse been stuck with him, and he is not going to leave him. Corey LaJoy goes to second. Corey LaJoy may have a run, but look out, outside lane. Here comes Joey Logano with John Hunter Nemechek. Cedric, for the moment, has the lead coming off 4, but they're 3 and 2 wide behind them.
Oh, absolutely unbelievable that it's getting really, really crazy tantric behind them. It is definitely on like Donkey Kong here at the World Center of Racing. Cindric now to the inside, working into the corner. They're throwing blocks on one another. Haymakers on those cars up the banking. It is now LaJoy trying to go after him, and there's contact. Logano almost into Stenhouse. He almost got into Kyle Busch. They work each other in the back straightaway, and there they go. Ryan Blaney's in the wall. Logano's in the wall. Kyle Busch is spinning to the bottom of the apron. Chase Elliott is wrecked. So is also Noah Gragson. Big trouble on the back straightaway to bring out the 7th caution with 14 laps to go in the 500. You knew, Jacob Reeves, this was going to happen.
Yeah, this was absolutely fixing to happen right there. All of a sudden, literally, boy, that is heartbreaker right there. And I got a feeling a couple of NASCAR drivers may be pointing the finger at old Joey Logano for that one right there. He made a move right there, tried to stick it 3 wide, and there was no room there. He just got aggressive, but that's what you got to get right here at the end to try to win the Daytona 500. He saw a hole, it wasn't there, and then bam, ends up sending Stenhouse around. Kyle Busch gets involved. Hate to see that for Rowdy in his 20th attempt. Ryan Blaney gets involved. Cindric was able to dodge it. But wow, the aggressiveness just picked up big time right there with that move by Joey Logano.
So many good cars. So many good cars damaged. Logano, Kyle Busch involved in another accident. How badly damaged is his car, Jacob? That's the question. It is over for many good cars in their running of the Daytona 500. You knew it was bound to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It was bound to happen, and one night it did. Shames of Garth Brooks off of that one, Papa Love Mama. And there you see Joey Logano, the whole right front straight up dead. He's got it nosed up against the wall, trying to get it backed up and everything else. And a lot of fans take an opportunity to take some pictures right there of the 22. But, you see it right there. The whole right front's gone. The rear tires obviously kicked around and everything. We're going to see kind of what happens right here on this replay. And Stenhouse is the second guy on the inside or the outside lane. Blaney's down there on the bottom side. Cindric is there. Logano sees a hole, jumps down, tries to make it stick. Stenhouse already comes down and makes that block. Here's what gets me, is Logano just basically sticks his nose there and just keeps going. If Logano would have actually lifted, Gragson might have would have got into him. But at the same time, he made that move, and then he proceeded to make that move even more. And that's what's going to end up causing a lot of guys getting involved. Kyle Busch hits the wall head on in the inside retaining wall. It could have been avoided right there, Wesley. It really could have.
As heartbreak, number of cars caught up in it. Here's a look at the replay again as you see now Logano gets into the back end of the left rear of Stenhouse's car. Stenhouse then powers back in the middle. Then he gets hit again one more time from Logano. Logano gave a shot to, of course, the inside car there, and then nowhere to go for anyone else. And then you're crashing, and you're hoping that you're not caught up in it. And that's the question here. Look at this, Joey Logano. Logano again into Stenhouse. Stenhouse overcorrects, gets into Logano again. Logano then gets into Stenhouse. He turns into Blaney. He turns into Kyle Busch. Noah Gragson. A host of other cars involved. Chase Elliott goes spinning and grinning. And it's a tough break for many good contenders, Jacob Reeves, to try to win the Daytona 500.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see right there. I hate that for all those guys right there as we're seeing a little bit of a still shot right here, kind of what happened right here. And Logano, you see Stenhouse right there in front of him. All that happened after Logano was on the inside, ends up getting into the inside of Stenhouse. And then from there on, he just never got off of him. Hit him in the left rear, sends him down. He sends him into Ryan Blaney, and then Stenhouse just keeps going left and gets into Kyle Busch.
Jacob, I'm going to be honest here, dude. If there was anybody that's at fault It's Joey Logano.
Oh, yeah,
Joey
absolutely.
Logano was really aggressive, and he kind of wanted to play Rock'em Sock'em Robots and bumper cars with Ricky Stenhouse. Gave him a little push, gave him a little shove. Maybe Stenhouse was a little slower than Logano wanted, but you're just being so aggressive here. And hey, listen, we're down to 14 laps to go when the accident happened. You're at the home stretch of the 500. You want to win the Daytona 500. You want to put your name on the Harley J. Earl Trophy. And basically, Joey Logano just might have got a little too, I don't want to say the word is aggressive, but he definitely got maybe a little too greedy at the wrong time, and it caused a massive crash in doing so.
Well, Wesley, I mean, if a lot of fans would probably sit there and look at that honestly, and they would go, well, it's Logano doing Logano things. I mean, you think back, a couple of years ago, back in 2021, when Michael McDowell won the Daytona 500, Brad Keselowski, Joe Logano, both of them up front. What happens? Keselowski gets hooked. Well, guess who hooked him? It was his teammate at the time. It was Joey Logano. So, Logano's done a couple of things like that. And, a lot of fans will show their, I guess you could say, disapproval, to Joey Logano. Three-time NASCAR Cup Series champion. First
he has won the 500 before. Joey Logano has won the Daytona 500. He won it back in 2015. It's been a while, but he has won it before.
Yeah, but at the same time, a veteran driver like that, you would think that they would know to calm down a little bit. I'm just saying. Yeah. I like him. Don't get me wrong, I like him. It's just to a certain extent, sometimes his driving makes you question, because the drivers, I'm sure there's drivers that like him, but there's some drivers probably that don't like him, and they're going to point the finger at this one right here.
Austin Cindric has experienced what it's like to win the Daytona 500 before. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., William Byron, the last 3 years, they've won the 500. And by the way, we'll never forget Michael McDowell when he won the race in that big crash in turn 3 at the end of the 500 when the Penske teammates took each other out. Ironically, Jacob Reeves, if you remember, that gave the win to Michael McDowell in 2021. But right now, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano still on pit road, working on pit road, exiting pit road. So is Kyle Busch. Just checking to see who got involved in the accident here, Jacob, and you got it for us.
Yeah, Kyle Busch, obviously, he's behind the wall. Joey Logano, he's going to go behind the wall. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That was my pick, so I guess you can throw the commentator curse on me for that one. Ryan Blaney looks like he got involved in it. Todd Gilliland looks like he got it in there as well. And obviously, Joey Logano behind the wall. A number of other drivers. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. looked like he got a little bit of damage. As we're seeing the replay one more time, and every single time you literally see it. There you saw it right there. Logano comes down, makes the move. Stenhouse put the block. Okay, well, Stenhouse blocks. Well, then he's in the middle. Well, then at that point, Logano just never gets off of him at that point. Bam, sends him around. Noah Gragson gets involved. Chase Elliott, Cole Custer, Kyle Busch see him going down, hit the inside retaining wall. A couple of drivers, I believe that might have been Brad Keselowski, just locked it up on the outside and just let the wreck dissolve. And it worked out fine for him. He was able to drive right through it. No harm, no foul. So, we can look at this replay numerous times, Wesley Outland, but each and every time we're going to look at it, we're going to know 100% who's at fault right here, and it's Joey Logano.
Another look at it. Again, we're watching different replays, and, well, I'll just say this. Logano got into Stenhouse, but Stenhouse did not give him any – Stenhouse wasn't giving him any favors, right? He wasn't going to just let him take that spot away. And my second question is this, Jacob. Do you think maybe the side draft or the tandem of the contact could have caused this accident between these guys?
I don't think so. It could have. It really could have. Maybe the side draft maybe pulled him back just a little bit. It is kind of like that on iRacing, with the next-gen cars, but obviously we're talking about a simulation. We're talking about real life here, but that's a little bit different. Right. But when you're that, when it's like that right there, that much side draft right there, Kyle Busch right there, he's going about as low as he can go, and then you see Kyle Busch just hit the wall head on Unfortunate for Kyle right there getting involved in it. But I think side draft could have played a factor. It could have. But at the same time, Joey Logano had a choice to either hit the brakes a little bit, get off the brakes. I mean, no one would have probably tagged him anyway. But at the same time, he had a choice to either get out of that situation or stay in it. Well, he stayed in that situation, and he took out a lot of great race cars right there that could have had a shot to win the Daytona 500.
10 laps to go. 10 laps remaining. By the way, Todd Gilliland and Noah Gragson have gone above the damaged vehicle policy time clock of 6 minutes. The only track that allows 8 minutes in the NASCAR schedule is Atlanta Motor Speedway. They get 8 minutes on the damaged vehicle policy clock. Everyone else is on set 6 minutes or 7 minutes. My apologies, 7 minutes. And, oh boy, cars involved. Here it is. Drivers involved in that big accident on the back straightaway. To put us under our 7th caution of the Daytona 500 includes Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, Noah Gragson, Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch, the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 34 of Todd Gilliland, and the 41 of Cole Custer. There's your list of drivers, Jacob. Caught up in that accident on the back straightaway, and Kyle Busch behind the wall. Lady Luck deals a bad hand for the 20th time to the driver of Kyle Busch, and Richard Childress Racing will have to try to give a go at it again next year. Jacob, what a heartbreak.
Yeah, at least for Kyle Busch, but Austin Dillon's still sitting up here in the top 5. As Kyle Busch, actually, he's back out on the racetrack. I thought he was behind the wall, but he's got something dragging, obviously, down there on the bottom of his race car. He's got something seriously dragging. But, Wesley, he can't let...
Oh, you can hear it rattling on our monitor. Oh, yeah. You can hear the car rattling to Kyle Busch. They're probably going to black flag him, or he's going to come back down pit lane.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but Wesley, if you think about this, though, he can't let, if he's not able to win a Daytona 500, you can't let that judge your racing career. Think about Rusty Wallace, Mark Martin, Carl Edwards, Ricky Rudd, these drivers. Just recently, Carl Edwards and Ricky Rudd getting inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame that never won a Daytona 500, and they still made it into the Hall of Fame. Kyle Busch, he's a legend. He really is. And if he doesn't win the Daytona 500, he'll look at it as screw it. So be it. I done my best. I done everything I could. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time a lot of times, and there was a lot of times I just came up a little bit short. But at least he can sit there and say, I give it my all. Now, I would hope he's going to stick around and come back next year. He may end up having a shot next year, and he may end up winning the 2026 Daytona 500. You never know, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen for him here this evening.
And race trends with the last 6 races at Daytona with the Gen 7 car, the new next-gen car. The average last caution is at lap 195 with 5 laps to go, and it always sets for an overtime finish. Jacob, there's a new rule this year, and it's been implemented in the duel. We saw it in the truck race on Friday night and the ARCA race as well, and even the Xfinity race, not the ARCA race, but the Xfinity race yesterday, won by Jesse Love. And the rule is this: if they take the white flag, even if they take the white flag, if an accident happens at time of caution, the race is considered official. Whoever's in front is determined the winner. And some people like it, some people don't.
Yeah, I kind of wish it was like iRacing where they wouldn't even throw the damn flag. They would just go ahead and let them race back.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Coming 8 to go, Wes.
8 laps to go in the Great American Race of 2025. To kick off the 77th season of NASCAR back at Daytona. LaJoy in front. Could this be the year for Corey LaJoy? John Hunter Nemechek, Joe Nemechek's front row joy. Your boy's up there in the battle. So is also Hamlin and Cindric and Bell. They're on 2.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Corey LaJoy makes a move, jumps down to the bottom side. Here comes Cindric.
Wow.
Cindric faked him out. Hamlin lined up right behind him. Denny Hamlin trying to go for 4 Daytona 500 wins in his career. Haven't been able to do it in the next-gen car, but he is certainly in prime position with his teammate Christopher Bell lined right up behind him.
Man that's won the Daytona 500 3 times, now looking for his 4th time to join Cale Yarborough as a 4-time winner of the 500. The other man with the most, Richard Petty, with 7. Cindric, Hamlin, Bale, 1, 2, and 3 as we watch LaJoy get hung out to dry with Custer in 2.
Could this be the year that Denny Hamlin's able to get him a win in the Daytona 500 with a next-gen car? He's getting a pretty good spot with a couple of Toyotas right behind him. Christopher Bell lined up right behind him. You got Riley Herbst back there as well. Bell's going to go with Hamlin. Hamlin goes to the outside. Denny Hamlin to the lead here at Daytona and is going to end up shipping his teammate. Goes from top down to bottom. Hamlin leads all 4.
Toyota cars in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 8th, and 9th as they thunder the line. 6 laps remaining in the Daytona 500. It is Hamlin. Now Bell powers alongside Cindric on the outside for 2nd, going to turn number 1.
Christopher Bell's never won a Daytona 500, but he's got to go through a 3-time man. Maybe not. Oh, boy, got knocked sideways. Able to hold on to it. Bell gets sideways. Custer end up saving him a little bit as the outside lane's going to try to advance. Hamlin still on the bottom. He's got Cindric behind him, and Bell going side by side right there with Cole Custer wearing him out. Hamlin and Bell, 2 JGR Toyotas, leads off turn number 4. 5 to go this time.
Open hand from your flagman this time by, working off of turn number 4. Christopher Bell now from Oklahoma. Powers alongside Denny Hamlin. Couple of Joe Gibbs cars ready to settle in the 500. They're door to door. Bell alongside Hamlin. They're door to door still in turn 1.
No third lane as of right now. Bell still up top. Hamlin still down on the bottom side. Cindric lined right up snug up under the number 11 Toyota of Denny Hamlin. Cole Custer, he ain't snug. He's wearing out. Christopher Bell knocks him sideways. Bell hits the outside wall. Comes down. Ryan Priest, another tumble. Rolls going into 3. Airborne. Hits the outside retaining wall. Ryan Priest and another tumble from 2 years ago here at Daytona in almost the same exact spot. Ryan Priest stopped at the entrance of turn 3.
Let's be honest, Jacob Reeves, it's not as bad as it was when he tumbled about 15, 20 times 2 years ago in the Coke Zero 400. The car did its job, it looks like this time.
Yes.
It didn't really barrel roll like it did a couple of years ago, but there are cars that are literally destroyed. Christopher Bell is out of his running for the 500. Ryan Priest is crashed. Other good cars crashed out here, and they're on the DVP clock for the 8th caution with 4 to go in the Daytona 500.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ryan Priest's tumble was not as dramatic as the summer of 2023, but he got up in the air once again. And also Brad Keselowski, another driver right there. We see
Larson
him
with damage.
having some right side, or Kyle Larson involved in this with damage. It was a bad bump draft by Cole Custer that sent Bell, and we got a red flag.
We are going under the red flag. Obviously, Jacob Reeves with 4 laps to go. They're going to throw the red flag out and stop this race and clear the racetrack, clean the track. Daniel Suarez has got a piece of it. All right, Jacob. Teammates alongside one another. Cole Custer, I think, got a little bit greedy and did not help Bell at all down the back straightaway. This is what caused it.
Yeah, I mean, I think he hit him a little bit too much, and obviously with those Ford noses and those Toyota bumpers, they don't line up too good. Bell come up, hit the wall, comes down, hits Priest, and then once he hit him right there smack dab in the right front and just got air up under Ryan Priest's number 60.
Justin Allgaier got damaged, guys.
Justin Allgaier gets in it as well.
Yep.
Check it out. Here's Ryan Priest right here. You'll see the contact up the hill. Watch this. Eric Jones, bam! I mean, almost went over his hood, and look at that. Oh, my goodness. On board with
The
Eric
hang time
Jones.
is unbelievable.
Wow. Unbelievable.
The hang time is unbelievable. As we watch it again, where Bell gets turned in the middle of the pack. Jones alongside Priest. They had to have been 3 seconds in the air, Jacob Reeves. Freeze frame that. And then literally he went 1.5 on his roof, came back down, slammed hard into the turn 3 safer barrier, and then came to a rest. And the driver was able to put the window net down. It's got to be 3 seconds or more in real time with that car being airborne. Then he flipped over on his roof, Then the banking caused him in a shower of sparks to get back on all four wheels before he slammed hard into the safer barrier, into the catch fence. Jacob Reeves' car is disintegrating, falling apart. Parts are flying off of that number 64, and the car did its job. The driver put down the window net when the AMR safety team got to him, and he's okay.
Yeah, Wesley, I talked about this, in the duels Thursday night. Just how safe these cars is, or as safe as they possibly can be. Obviously, with the tragic loss of Dale Earnhardt back in 2001, it really made NASCAR step up their game to be as safe as it can for these drivers going 190 miles an hour and hitting the wall to just go from 190 to a dead stop. So you got to applaud NASCAR for the safety, especially when seeing accidents like this right here, because that could have straight up injured somebody well over 25 years ago. Seeing a wreck like that, it could have well injured somebody.
And we talk about the roof flaps doing their job. Remember, there was new roof flaps deployed on the roof and the rear of the car. And I think this is what it did its job, Jacob Reeves. It kept that built Submarines number 60 of Ryan Preece from getting up in the air the way that it did. Because if you remember, he violently flipped 25 times end over end at the Pepsi or at the Coke Zero 400 at Daytona a couple of years ago in 2023. Thus, the reason why you do not see the turf or the grass on a paved infield now down the super stretch as it's been in years past, filled with grass. They realize that can cause these cars to really get more violently into the air and crash. That's why it was all pavement when they went down the straightaway, losing control on the backstretch.
Yeah, if there would have been grass right there where he was at when he got up in the air right there, that would have been absolutely worse. There you see Bell hits the wall, comes back down. There goes Preece up in the air. Larson, Suarez, there's Eric Jones, and right there's where the grass was, Wesley.
Yep.
Yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse. He could have barrel rolled big time right there. But that asphalt, paving over that did its job to be able to make sure that he didn't barrel roll just like he did back in 2023. And then the safer barrier does its job as well. Wow. Jacob,
can I say something else as well? Look at the manufacturer of this next-gen car, the Gen 7 car. Look at the undercarriage of the car. It kept everything intact, right? In years past, if you see a car crash literally like that, you see the transmission, you see engine parts, you see rotors, you see shocks, you see tires, you see all sorts of things get destroyed and fly through the air. The car did its job. It stayed intact, even though it's badly damaged and destroyed. The car is still not disintegrated like we've seen in years past of Cup races.
Oh, boy. I will say this, though. I will say this.
Wow.
Obviously, he is okay, drop the window net. But I'll about bet you right now he will be sore because that is a very heavy stock car, folks, that just slammed down right there, on top of the race car, just slammed down on the asphalt. That is very, very heavy right there. His window flies off the car and everything, but he will be sore when he wakes up in the morning. I will about 100% guarantee that as we're checking out some more replays from Christopher Bell riding on board with him.
Yeah, we're on board with Christopher Bell here, and it all went loose for him. Look at this. Nowhere to go, right? And Jacob, the only thing I can say on this subject is I wish Christopher Bell would have let his hand off the steering wheel. We've seen drivers break their hands, break their wrists with crashes like that, and you can see he did not let go of the steering wheel. That could have been disastrous for Christopher Bell right there.
Yeah, it really could have. And, I looked at that right there. Obviously we were looking at his wheel, but Wesley, I was looking at his eyes because what he was looking at and looking with his eyes real wide as he was sitting there watching Ryan Preece right there upside down. And I bet you that scared him because, Wesley, these guys.
Back under caution, by the way.
These guys are like family. They may fight like Stenhouse and Kyle Busch, the way that they fought or whatever at the All-Star race last year at North Wilkesboro. But at the same time, these guys see each other every single week to come out here and go to work and race. So right there it scares somebody when they go up in the air like that because, this is their family. This is their family that they see each and every weekend.
That's right. As we go on a series of replays, and there it is with Ryan Preece right there, Jacob. We were talking about it. Remember that crazy crash? A sidewinder flip over 20 times or more, and that made the decision to get rid of the grass, get rid of the turf, make it pavement for safety, and it did its job. Here is an exact reason, Jacob, of why they just did what they did. It's just ironically, it's Ryan Preece that was the guy that was airborne again.
Yeah, and they also showed another wreck back in 2023, when he hit Kyle Larson at Talladega, when Larson shot right up in front of him and he T-boned him. So Ryan Preece, I will say this, he is not a big fan of super speedway racing. I will about promise you that, because it always seems like when he comes to Daytona and Talladega, he always ends up getting the short end of the stick. So he may not even be at Atlanta next week. He probably don't even want to go.
Boy, oh boy, we're going to take a break. And we're going to get ready to settle ourselves in for the final 10 miles of the Great American Race, overtime possibly as well. The Daytona 500 finish when we return on Motorsports Mania Network.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation thrives on the strength of its global community of over 80,000 passionate fans united by a shared love of professional wrestling and a commitment to making a difference. While the foundation was founded to advocate for pediatric cancer awareness and mental health support, it has grown to champion and support multiple initiatives aimed at creating meaningful change in communities worldwide. Through dynamic fundraising events, awareness campaigns, and initiatives that foster connection, the foundation supports causes that uplift individuals and families in need. From empowering children and families facing significant challenges to creating opportunities for hope, healing, and progress. The Mania Club Champions of Hope Foundation is dedicated to being a force for good. This connected and compassionate community continues to inspire action and drive impact, ensuring that hope and support remain at the forefront of all its efforts. Donate today and join the cause at mcchamps.org.
The 67th running of the Daytona 500 on Motorsports Mania, and CRN is heading into NASCAR overtime. Along with Jacob Reeves, I'm Wesley Outland, Finkelstein, Hopton, giving you the awesome sights and sounds of the NASCAR Great American Race. There's a look in a freeze-frame picture of Ryan Preece's car being checked out by the AMRA safety team after the Berlin, Connecticut driver Jacob went for a crazy crash to set us up for an overtime finish of the Great American Race of 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you what, what a ride I'm sure he took. Just saw him just a second ago. He was talking to Regan Smith of Fox Sports right there, just talking to him. I'm sure it's like I said, I mean, he's not a big fan of super speedways, I promise you right now. I mean, especially with the recent history that he has had, you know, Daytona and also Talladega. But I agree with you. I mean, that's literally about a 3-4 second hang time right there that he had. And that's a helpless feeling right there to have your car up in the air riding like that. I mean, you know, when he barrel rolled, I mean, that was helpless. But that right there is straight up helpless right there because you don't know what's going to happen to it.
And we're ready for NASCAR overtime. 2-lap shootout. If leader takes the white flag, next flag ends the race. Caution prior to white flag causes a restart. If there is a caution on the white flag, at the time of the freeze frame of caution will determine the finishing order. Can we get this race in? Hamlin, Cindric, Herbst now, the new top 5 with LaJoie and Custer back in there again in the 1.
Boy, Hamlin was able to see that block happen. Here comes Cindric. He tried to jump up. Now Cole Custer's going to wear out Austin Cindric. Cindric back to the lead here at the Daytona 500. Cindric out ahead. Here comes Hamlin. He's going to try to get the shove from Riley Herbst, but check it out. Here comes Alex Bowman, bridesmaid from last year, to his teammate Willie B. Cindric down to the bottom side. He's trying to lead as they're coming to the wide off 4.
Here they come, working off turn number 4. They got to get to the white flag. The Credit One Bank, 1 to go. It is Austin Cindric in front. He works on the outside, pulls in front of Coaster, throws the block on Hamlin. He gets sideways, car spinning. Riley Herbst in the grass, white flag in the air. 1 more lap to go. They race on into turn number 1 with Cindric leading for the final time.
And here we go. This is going to get good. Here we go. Corey LaJoie down on the bottom side. Hamlin with a shot, trying to get to Cindric. Cindric leads. Hamlin takes a shot. He goes to the top. Custer's going to try to help him. Corey LaJoie there. Here comes Custer. 3 wide. They're wrecking behind him. Hamlin gets sent into the fence. William Byron able to sneak in 3.
William Byron has powered his way as the leader. William Byron, he won it last year on a Monday. He could possibly win the Daytona 500. Behind the William Byron, Tyler Reddick, they're racing to the checkered flag. William Byron is a back-to-back winner of the Daytona 500. Controversial on the front straightaway in 2024. Controversial on the back straightaway to win it in 2025. Charlotte, North Carolina's William Byron wins the 2nd year in a row the Daytona 500.
Wow. Unbelievable. Wesley, I am shocked at what we just saw right there. That is unbelievable. All that transpired, and Byron almost got caught up in it. Reddick tried to race him down, and how about 7-time Jimmy Johnson finished 3rd here this evening? Briscoe and John Hunter Nemechek the top 5. I mean, Johnson finished 3rd. Byron ends up winning it. Cole Custer car is straight up torn off to hell, but Byron wins the Daytona 500 for his 2nd year in a row.
Gibbs's car crashed at the bottom of the racetrack. William Byron is the winner in the 2nd year in a row of the Daytona 500. We talk about, and I mentioned it earlier, Jacob Reeves, 73-74, Richard Petty. 83-84, Kel Yarborough. 94-95, Sterling Marlin. Then it was all the way until Denny Hamlin doing it in 2019 and 2020. And now William Byron joins the back-to-back winners of the Great American Race. He takes the lead from 5th to first. They wreck Custer, Hamlin, Briscoe, Cindric, and others, and it opened the door on the outside for William Byron to be at the right place at the right time, Jacob, and take the lead. William Byron is a two-time back-to-back winner of the Great American Race.
Wow, I mean, everything just played its part right there for Willie B to be able to get that win. If he would have just been maybe a couple of feet back right there, Wesley Outland, before all that happened, he would have got caught up in it. So, you take it however you want. I mean, two controversial finishes right there. Controversial, they didn't throw the caution. Last year, it was controversial that he won it. I mean, he might have lucked up into both of them, if you want to put it that way, but the fact remains is that he was there at the right place at the right time. Yep, there you go.
He put the car on the wall celebrating. He put the car on the wall celebrating. Oh, my.
He's making sure it passes tag. That's what it is.
Time of race, almost 3 hours and 55 minutes. William Byron, 189.31 miles an hour, setting it up for overtime. William Byron celebrates with the crew in the infield grass as the official winner of the second year in a row of the Daytona 500.
Boy, oh boy, I bet you Jeff Gordon is about to flip out. Rick Hendrick is about to flip out as well. Pretty big right there for old Willie B.
And Jacob.
Yeah.
You know where this young man from Charlotte, North Carolina got his racing prowess and education from?
iRacing.
iRacing. Believe it or not, it was iRacing. And this young man I have seen race for many years in super late models and more, moving his way now to win the Daytona 500. He now goes to get the checkered flag as he climbs up the 18 degrees of banking at the start-finish line to get the checkered flag for the chief starter. He is now a back-to-back winner of the 500, something that's not been done since 2019 and 2020 when Denny Hamlin did it, and only Jacob the fifth time in the Great American Race history to go back-to-back as a driver.
Oh, boy. I mean, that right there, I mean, I was talking about some history, Wesley. I was talking about that we were going to see some history here this evening. I was thinking that we may see a first-time winner of the Daytona 500, but I guess my history was a little bit off on that one because we got history. We got history, but it is second straight Daytona 500 win for Willie B. William Byron.
And how about it? How about it for the driver, William Byron? Tyler Reddick, even though his car was badly damaged, he races back. And Jacob, Jimmy Johnson. How about Jimmy Johnson, a multi-time winner of the 500, 7-time Cup Series champion, the 49-year-old sole proprietor owner of Legacy Motor Club. He did that during the wintertime. He finishes third in the 67th running of the Great American Race. That's got to be like a win for Jimmy Johnson.
I mean, it very could possibly be, and honestly, he may end up winning it. You never know. These cars still got to go through tech. Wesley Outland, Byron, and Reddick could fail tech, and Jimmy Johnson could end up winning the 2025 Daytona 500. You never know, which would be crazy. It's possible, but it would be crazy. But I mean, that's big right there for Jimmy Johnson. I mean, I grew up watching him back in his rookie year in 2002 when Chad Knaus was over there with, when he was at Hendrick Motorsports with the Lowe's Chevy. Awesome, that I've watched Jimmy Johnson his whole career. And, awesome to see the Jimmy, I guess you could say the Jimmy old, just sneak up there and be able to get him a top 3 out of that one right there. That's big.
In the motorsports traveling circuits of speed, NASCAR will now travel to Atlanta Motor Speedway, just up 95 to I-20 next weekend for coverage of round 2 of the season for NASCAR Cup Series action. We'll have it for you on Motorsports Mania. Hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll give you the official, unofficial results of the 67 Daytona 500. and then we'll give our final closing thoughts after a long day on Motorsports Mania with our coverage of the Great American Race. William Byron sneaks through on the outside safer barrier. Look at the way they're wrecking on the bottom. They're wrecking in the middle. He clears the path, holds off Tyler Reddick and Jimmy Johnson to win the 67th running of the Daytona 500. We wrap it up from Daytona. Motorsports Mania's coverage of NASCAR when we return.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Motorsports Mania coverage of NASCAR, and the 67th running of the Daytona 500 is in the books. Along with Jacob Reeves, I am Wesley Outland. Here is a look at the results of the Daytona 500. William Byron has won it for the second year in a row. The young driver out of Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Exalted Chevrolet for Hendrick Motorsports. Obviously, the crew chief for the race car. What a moment for this young man. And Rudy Fugle and Hendrick Motorsports, a two-time back-to-back winner of the Great American Race. And Jacob, we saw the finish of the race, and it was wild the way that it went down. Obviously, let's give you the unofficial results. As I remember, they do got to go to post-race inspection. William Byron wins the Daytona 500 for the second year in a row. Tyler Reddick will finish in second. Jimmy Johnson third. Chase Briscoe fourth. And John Hunter Nemechek the top five. Alex Bowman is sixth. Ryan Blaney is seventh. Austin Cindric eighth. Justin Allgaier, what a debut for Junior Motorsports in the Cup Series. He finishes ninth, and Chris Buescher will finish in the top 10.
Michael McDowell on his brand new ride with Spire Motorsports in the number 71. He will end up finishing 11th, with Daniel Suarez finishing in 12th. Aaron Jones is going to finish in the 13th spot, with Ty Dillon in the 14th spot. Oh, wow, we're actually getting some unofficial changes. Some of the lineups
boy.
right here.
Yeah, it's changing.
Some people's flopping right here, so we'll flip it back. Michael McDowell, Eric Jones, Ty Dillon will end up finishing in the 13th spot unofficially, folks, with Chase Elliott finishing in 14th. Riley Herbst will finish 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will finish 16th, with Ty Gibbs in 17th. Justin Haley's going to finish 18th. Kyle Larson will finish 19th, and Cole Custer will finish 20th.
Yeah, if you're watching on Motorsports Mania coverage of the 500, you can see that time and scoring is rapidly changing in real time. And this is where it stands right now that we were looking at. 21st is Cole Custer. Corey LaJoie is 22nd. Austin Dillon, 23rd. Denny Hamlin all the way back to 24th. And Cody Ware, 25th. Brad Keselowski is 26th. Todd Gilliland, 27th. Noah Gragson, 28th. Bubba Wallace is 29th, and Carson Hocevar is your top 30. By the way, these are cars for the remaining rundown out of the race.
Then Christopher Bell is going to finish 31st, with Ryan Preece in 32nd after that hellacious flip that he had over in turn number 3. Shane Van Gisbergen, not the night that he wanted, he would have finished in 33rd, with Kyle Busch in the 20th attempt. It's not going to be on this one. He's going to have to go to a 21st attempt if he wants to try to win the 500. He will finish 34th here this evening after Joey Logano, who finished 35th after he made a move that It's going to be very questionable with the NASCAR fans. Joey Logano finishes 35th. Zane Smith will finish 36th with Josh Berry 37th. MTJ Martin Truex Jr. will finish in the 38th spot with Helio Castroneves finishing 39th. Ross Chastain will finish 40th. AJ Allmendinger finishes 41st out of the 41 cars here this evening.
The race itself saw a total of 9 caution flags come out at the end of the Daytona 500. 8 caution flags in total. And, of course, the winner is William Byron. 155 laps were ran under green flag, 47 under yellow. And they are continuing to update the 201 lap distance of the race when it was all said and done. Something else to keep up with. Average speed of the Daytona 500, 129.168 miles per hour. When the Great American Race concluded at the start-finish line, they were at speed of 189.31 miles per hour. Jacob Reeves amongst William Byron winning the Daytona 500. It does look like, however, Ryan Blaney did what he needed to do to at least keep the points lead over Alex Bowman and William Byron, separated by 6th and 7th points. As I said, the Motorsports Fame Circus NASCAR travels back to Atlanta next Sunday for the Am Better Health 400. Your final take of the 67th Daytona 500, Jacob Reeves. Always a pleasure working with you, my friend.
Absolutely. One word. It was long. It was a long day, obviously. They pushed it back to try to get away from the rain. We only got about 10 laps in, then it rained, and then they went back out there on track, then it rained again. Give or take, you were saying, give or take around the range of almost 4 hours we had to wait. But eventually, we got back to green flag racing. We got back to the Daytona 500, and we were treated with everything that everybody, could ask for. You had your wrecks, had your spills, even had a flip, and you had some controversial calls, and had some controversial moves by certain drivers. And, whether or not you want to call it luck or what have you, but William Byron was in the right place at the right time, and that's what you got to be in these super speedway races. You got to be in the right place at the right time to have a shot to win at Daytona, Talladega, or Atlanta. So congratulations to Willie B. I've met him in person. Great kid, and a great future ahead of him, being 2-time Daytona 500 winner, 2 times straight for Willie B.
Yeah, 5th time in the history of the Great American Race of its 67 years that there has been a back-to-back winner of the Daytona 500. And, of course, Hendrick Motorsports driver William Byron does just that. I know that obviously everybody, Rudy Fugle, Chad Knaus, Jeff Gordon, and the boss man, Rick Hendrick, they have got to be ecstatic. What is that for Hendrick Motorsports? That's got to be over 200-plus career wins, right? I mean, it's going on a long time that Hendrick Motorsports has made some great racing history. By the way, time of race now, 4 hours, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. That is counting the start, dealing with the weather. When it's all said and done, 4 hours, 8 minutes, 55 seconds. That is also not counting Jacob Reeves, the 3.5 hour rain delay on 2 different occasions. And when it's all said and done, another 6-minute red flag at the end of the big wreck on the back straightaway. When it's said and done, William Byron, back-to-back winner of the Great American Race. Great pages of racing history are going to be made all season long for the 77th season of NASCAR. And we're looking forward to bringing you coverage of the NASCAR Cup Series, random truck races, Formula One, and IndyCar on the Motorsports Mania Network. And we all wait now for 364 days to the 68th running of the Great American Race again, the Daytona 500. For producer-director Biggles Dean Hopton, for Jacob Reeves, the redneck announcer, reminding you to join him for the Door Banging download on all podcast platforms and outlets. This is Wesley Outland. William Byron, last year, this year, the winner of the Daytona 500. We'll see you next Sunday at Atlanta.